up that are different from some of the other colors there. That's the radar picking up on something bigger than a raindrop, whether it's a tree or a car or flying debris from a house. It hits something and then it'll drop out a different color there. I'm not necessarily seeing anything indicative.
I'm switching up maybe a little bit, man, kind of a hint perhaps right there, north of Russellville. Maybe right there, just kind of a little spot. That's on the Roanoke radar. So again, we're kind of switching around radars here because sometimes one radar can see things a little bit better than others. It's kind of on the edge of all these radar sites. You know, the beam kind of goes upward at an angle, and so as you get further away from any given radar site, you're kind of looking higher up into the storm, but not necessarily closer to the surface. So it's a little far away from Charleston's radar, but it's also pretty far from Roanoke's radar, too.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You know, the National Weather Service, they're confirming, you know, the tornado there near Babcock State Park. Man, that's like south of Fayetteville. So I almost wonder if we have to go that far back to see if there's maybe a dropout there. I'll double check here. I'm not necessarily seeing anything. But again, if you're just now tuning in with us, 4:40 your time now, we're tracking a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado now, radar indicated confirmed tornado on the ground that's moving through southeastern Nicholas County, getting ready to move into southeastern Nicholas County at this time. Just the rotation part of the storm. So again, the tornado would be moving southeast of Mount Lookout towards Nolan. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly there, just north of Russellville. So if you live in any of those areas, you want to make sure you're in a safe spot, that interior room, that lowest level of your structure possible, and covering up your head from any possible flying debris as well. I'm trying to see if we're getting any more information from the National Weather Service here. I haven't seen anything yet, with the exception of that confirmed tornado, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so there's the cell right there. There's have been some occasional hook signatures showing up on it as well.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's the southern end of this storm. So, yes, you're getting a thunderstorm in Summersville, but this is the tornadic part of this is on the southern end. Right now, scooting across the southern part of Nicholas County. So this is, you know, kind of clearing Mount Lookout now.
And so here's like Old Nicholas Road, just east of Mount Lookout, Snow Hill Road, over towards Hominy Falls, Downey Road,
yeah,
Route 20, spots like that. If you live in those areas, that's where you want to be in that safe spot right now. Again, there's a confirmed tornado for the National Weather Service. They're moving through southeastern Nicholas County right now.
Yeah, and so there's some of that kind of couplet signature right there that you can see just past Nolan, and it's making its way towards Snow Hill, it looks like. So right in there, that would probably be your tornado currently. Now, this is a pretty unpopulated spot right in here, it looks like.
Yeah, and latest update from the National Weather Service, it does go what we were talking about earlier, Doug, that correlation coefficient. National Weather Service office, they did see a dropout in the correlation coefficient, and they went ahead and did confirm the tornado there. So again, that's that debris signature. They saw that debris signature, which means that they see that correlation coefficient, saw a brighter color on that, which could have signaled some debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, which would signal to them that there was a possible tornado in that location. So that's why they went ahead and confirmed that tornado there, moving through southeastern Nicholas County. Now, the tornado was actually confirmed over near Babcock State Park. Now, obviously, this storm is now well northeast of Babcock State Park.
Yeah.
Babcock State Park is over in Cliff Tops. That's south of Fayetteville. But now this storm is already moving into southeastern Nicholas County over towards Hominy Falls, as we were just talking about there, like Snow Hill Road, Old Nicholas Road.
Yeah, Sugar
Old
Grove.
Town too.
So I've got like Sugar Grove Road, Hillside Lane, right, this zone right in here, just west of Snow Hill. So yeah, any of these spots right in here, you definitely want to be in your safe spot here right now. And it looks like we're just getting another update.
Yeah, it looks like they trimmed that tornado warning down a little bit. So it's now more out of Fayette County. So since that storm is now moving into southeastern Nicholas County, they've trimmed the tornado warning down as such. So it now just includes all of southeastern Nicholas County versus just Fayette County there.
And that's still in effect until 5 o'clock. So we're continuing to watch this. So this just shows you the atmosphere again still has a lot of spin in it, and the rain had, even though we had another storm come through the Charleston area, that rain is kind of keeping the atmosphere a little bit cooled down. But the kind of the southern edge of this activity has still got it's got more potential here to develop some of those spin-ups. And then eventually, I think later on this evening, we're going to be looking out west again, too. But, yeah, there's what we're seeing here, this scan showing possible couplet here, velocity couplet on the radar scan. And, again, fairly small signature, but moving on off to the east here, about 45 miles an hour, I think we've got the speed on it, so it's moving pretty fast.
About 40 to 50 miles per hour to the east-northeast here towards Hominy Falls. And again, we've kind of seen that rotation strengthen up a little bit over the past few runs. As you went back over towards Russellville, it looked like it was trying to weaken a little bit, and then ever since Russellville, that rotation's kind of strengthening a bit here. As it moves over southeastern Nicholas County. So now Snow Hill Road, that tornado is now moving over you. Hominy Creek Road there, so just south of downtown Hominy Falls. The tornado is now moving into your direction, so you want to make sure you're in your safe spot as well. Grassy Falls, just some areas around this, tornado here. You want to make sure you're in your safe spot immediately there. It's so hard too because with this being a very unpopulated area, it's going to be hard to get reports there. Earlier today when we had the strong line of storms moving through, we were getting reports like crazy. Trees down, houses damaged, but with this area being so unpopulated, it's going to be hard to actually get reports and pictures from that area to kind of tell what's going on. So right now we're just going based off of radar data. And that's what National Weather Service is doing too, is seeing that correlation coefficient, that debris signature drop out there. And that's why they were able to confirm this as a tornado there. So again, just definitely using some caution with this as it moves through southeastern Nicholas County.
Yeah, so I mean that's going to be something that continues to track. It looks like it's heading towards Carl as well. So, southeast, Richwood may be passing south of Richwood. It's kind of moving more towards Hominy Falls and Carl, what we're seeing right now. And you can see a bit of a notch signature, just a little bit on this radar image right here, kind of a bit of a notch right there south of Snow Hill, indicating, that possible rotation being picked up here with the velocity.
I will say the storm's on its own too. I mean, it's got the whole environment to itself, and anytime we have what we call a discrete cell down there as it heads towards the south, I mean, it's got a little bit of a mess as you get further north. It's got some heavy rains. You're heading north of Richwood, but it's the southern edge of that little cluster of storms. So it's getting all the inflow from the south. It's getting all the muggy air, all the instability right now, and it's just kind of taking it and using that as it heads over towards Carl. So that's why this really isn't weakening. We haven't seen it. We've seen it weaken, but we've seen it strengthen back up and be able to sustain itself.
Yeah, you could still see, anytime. So you got these inbound and the outbound winds right here on the velocity scan. So the red is kind of outbound away from the radar and the, kind of clear area. I mean, this isn't super strong image, at least right here. If you saw bright green kind of coupled with this pinkish color, then that would indicate a stronger rotation. But at least it does indicate some rotating factor there where you have inbound and outbound versus, back here where it's all just red. It's all just the same direction. Yeah. So that's what we look for here when, National Weather Service folks, when they issue these tornado warnings, they look for these velocity signatures.
Yeah, looking for any sign of rotation with that, and those different colors definitely are a good hint at that. Let's look at the recent scan there, and that's like a good pop there in the wind. We're kind of getting in a tough spot. We're getting into higher terrain. Yeah. That can kind of interfere a little bit with the radar in this location. So, sometimes the winds can pop there and not actually be as strong as they are. But still, I mean, you want to treat this as, as if there's a tornado on the ground for sure. Carl, Hominy Falls, you guys, again, make sure you're in your shelter there in southeastern Nicholas County, right along Route 20 right now. So Carl, right along Route 20 is where that tornado would be headed towards at this time. So again, you want to make sure you're in your safe spot there. Jetsville, you probably want to go ahead and get in your safe spot. This tornado might miss you to the south, but obviously don't want to take any chances with it. So again, this is definitely a tough spot. We're kind of in between radars too, the Charleston, West Virginia radar, also the Roanoke, Virginia radar, and you use this a lot, Doug. When storms started getting far east of I-77, the Roanoke, Virginia radar, it's a little bit closer, and it kind of can give us a better idea of what's going on in the atmosphere when it comes down to storms.
Yeah, in fact, I think right now I'm using the Charleston radar here, so let me see. I am going to switch over to the Roanoke radar to get a little dim image there, and there you can see what's going on. So it looks a little bit different on that spot, but you still see the green and the red kind of aligned with each other. So that's indicating that spin right there.
Kind of gives more of that traditional look too, what folks are used to when you see a tornado warning, more of that green and red, because Charleston radar is kind of showing more of like tannish colors, which can be a little bit harder to tell. But yeah, there's that traditional green and red you typically see. And I almost wonder, that's maybe a good idea there. Maybe that Roanoke radar picked up on that debris signature a little bit better over towards Fayetteville.
Yeah, and then even right there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just maybe a little something kind of where you're seeing a little bit of a different color right in the middle of all that yellow right there. That could be a slight debris signature. It's not strong, but that might be. This is the correlation coefficient once again that we're looking at here that can suggest sometimes some debris fields.
I was looking online and looking at the National Weather Service office just to see if we can get any more information on the storm. I haven't heard anything in about 5 minutes or so. But if you're just now tuning in with us, it's 4:50 now, so we're about 10 minutes from 5 o'clock here. We've been on the air for about 20 minutes now. We're covering a tornado warning in southeastern Nicholas County. This was confirmed as a tornado about 15 or so minutes ago because the National Weather saw what we call a debris signature over towards Babcock State Park, which is just south of Fayetteville and Clifftop. But this storm, the tornado warned part of the storm, is now over southeastern Nicholas County, but the tornado itself is moving into areas like Carl, and also as you head over towards Route 20. So Route 20, Carl area, Hominy Falls area, right now that's where the tornado would be located if there was one on the ground. So hopefully those folks that live in those areas are in their safe spot. And again, we know these aren't highly populated areas here, but obviously we're on the air, still want to keep those folks safe. And we know, especially with unpopulated areas, you're not going to get a whole lot of reports there. We aren't going to, see pictures coming into the newsroom from this area of damage. So it's kind of hard for us to, to say what's happening there. We just can only rely on radar and velocity. So just getting some of our new viewers up to speed on that there.
Yeah, and still seeing that signature. So this is gonna cross eventually into Greenbrier County, and that might be an update there.
Yeah, so looks like they've just trimmed it down to that small spot of Nicholas County there.
So they're going severe thunderstorm warning for Greenbrier County, but leaving the tornado warning alone. So that suggests to me that they're not planning on extending it.
All right, so we do have a EM, emergency manager, actually reporting tornado damage between Lookout and Hyco. One structure damage there that the emergency managers there know of. And again, this is over in Fayette County. So this will kind of corroborate the story that the National Weather Service was talking about over towards Babcock State Park, because that's that general area where that tornado would have been confirmed, and that's where they are getting damage reports there. So right in between Lookout and Hyco there. A little hard to get some of those to pop up there.
So that was earlier when that passed on through. So that is, that's passed through there. But now it's like, it doesn't, of course, Greenbrier County, different weather service office too.
Yeah, that's the Roanoke, Virginia National Weather Service office.
So we have a different, Greenbrier County is covered by a different weather service than Nicholas County is. So they would make this decision, I think, although, there could be some input. You usually are collaborating on that.
And that's probably why, we're seeing that tornado warning be so small. Like you were saying, the Charleston, West Virginia National Weather Service, they're still issuing that tornado warning. But the Roanoke, Virginia National Weather Service, they're seeing, they're probably still communicating there to see if they want to extend that further north or further east as it gets into Greenbrier County. And I will say, Lookout, Hyco area, that's just southwest of Mount Lookout, Doug, when we probably saw the strongest winds signature with this. I mean, just right across the Nicholas County line there into Fayette County, that's where you're going to start running into the Hyco and Lookout area. I mean, that's literally right along 19 as you're heading up towards Nicholas County there. So I almost wonder, you know, when we saw that strong signature there as it was moving into southeastern Nicholas County, if that was our tornado there.
Yeah, let me see if I'll go back. We can go back in time to when it was in that zone. It was, you know, right around there. This was 420. That was just east of Lansing. Just moving up, you know, past the bridge and everything. And then, right.
Yeah, you can kind of see
right
where
about
it
in there.
really gets intense there as it's crossing Route 60.
Yeah.
And that would be the general vicinity, you know, where we saw that more intense signature there in the winds. That would be the vicinity where that structure was damaged.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right in the Hyco Lookout area. And again, that's northeastern Fayette County. So if you're familiar with that area, I know that technically isn't our viewing area, but we do have a lot of viewers that watch us in Fayette County towards that area, especially the northern edge of Fayette County. I know a lot of people there that they're able to watch us and they tune into us all the time. So yeah, Hyco Lookout area, possibly could have seen that tornado there earlier where we're seeing that damage report. Where is that? It looks like that rotation is just starting to slowly move out of our viewing area there. We're starting to cross into Greenbrier County.
Yeah.
So it's moving over to the Coral area, just east
also
maybe.
looks, well, let me switch. I'm going to switch down to Roanoke again. Yeah, it just looks like it's about to cross over the county border into Greenbrier.
Looks like it's kind of weakened a little bit too in regards to
Yeah,
that
so
rotation.
it's weakened. So, yeah, it kind of confirms that it looks like they're going to stick with the severe thunderstorm warning for Greenbrier County.
Yeah.
And the tornado warning remains in effect for another 5 minutes here for Nicholas County. Just kind of broadening out for everybody else, you know, our 5 o'clock show's about to start. Obviously, we've had major weather earlier today that we're trying to rebound from. A lot of us are getting a little break now. We had some more storms crossing through. This is the activity just passed through. It's actually cleared back out in Charleston, Huntington. Looks like some more rain coming up from the south. Quite honestly, it's not a bad thing. It keeps the atmosphere kind of in check. It kind of absorbs energy from any future storms from developing. So we're kind of what we call worked over in a lot of this zone here right now. And we like to keep it that way because until a cold front crosses, we're still fair game for, you know, at least the ingredients are there for severe weather. But if you don't have the instability, that won't necessarily be realized. So right now, what a lot of the National Weather Service offices are focusing in on is the places that have had more sun and kind of quieter weather. So back around central parts of Kentucky, but then also up, you know, southeastern Ohio. We got sun out there right now, back through Cincinnati. You can start to see this line that's developing here as well. So, you know, this is going to be the focal point. We're still not certainly out of the woods here yet. In fact, we have tornado watches that are in effect here for Lewis and Scioto County until 10. And so we're going to start kind of focusing our attention. This stuff's moving out of the, you know, eastern part of West Virginia. Then we're going to start focusing, I think, for the evening hours in kind of this zone here. And so, you know, that would probably be especially Lexington up through Cincinnati, maybe Columbus, but Portsmouth, Vanceburg, Jackson, you know, Greenup, Grayson, places like that. And I kind of, not saying that it's going to happen, but it's these are the places that I think we're going to be keeping our closest eye on as we get into the evening and even past sundown. I think it's a possibility that we could have, you know, a tornadic producing storm capable, you know, out in this zone.
Yeah, definitely don't want to let your guard down. Like you said, even after sundown, we typically say, hey, when the sun sets, the threat tends to end.
Not this time
today.
of year.
Yeah.
No, because a lot of these storms are being driven by wind energy, not by heat and instability so much. It's unusually warm for April, but it's not, by summer standards, this would be kind of a coolish day. But, you know, so summertime, yeah, you're 90 degrees, you're popping these big storms. Once the sun goes down, it cools off. And you start to see these really fade away after about 9 or 10 o'clock in the summertime. But right now, these can be sustained, maybe not to the degree certainly of what we had this morning, but they can be sustained into the night. In fact, I think maybe not severe storms, but 1, 2, 3 in the morning, we might still have some gusty, at least rain coming through, because that's the actual front. The front's back here with this system right now.
That area of low pressure, I mean, it's still strengthening.
Yeah, so the low is up
west.
here. You can kind of, I mean, it's pretty unmistakable. It's a very tightly wound system right up in here. Up near Chicago. There's snow on the north side of this thing, and then it's got this really strong cold front. And the front is still, you know, a long ways from us. So that's not going to cross through here until about 3, 4, 5 in the morning. So, you know, yeah, maybe after midnight's a lesser threat for severe weather, but it could still be a bumpy weather. I certainly plan on being here, you know, late tonight to keep an eye on things, because in this kind of pattern, you can't let your guard down for too long, because these things can take off very, very quickly.
With this storm, I mean, it was like 4:30 this evening. We were watching it, and it was just ramping up. And I suspect that's probably a cancellation.
Probably the warning dropping, which takes us right to 5 o'clock. So our newscast is on. Yeah. So I think that you know, we can, I can go back to my normal weathercast. I had a show kind of set up here in terms of what we were going to talk about, and then the warning came through, so we jumped in on that. But as far as what we saw today, you know, going back to earlier this morning, you know, and just incredible stuff. That line came through, and I'll talk about this a little later on in the show. But that was a Duratio. That was a 360-mile long line of storms that produced 60-mile-an-hour winds along a large part of it. Actually started out in Lexington, or west of Lexington, early this morning. Rain came through here, went all the way to Western Virginia before it fell apart. And we saw gusts, I mean, official gusts at Tri-State Airport. Can't believe that that's not a misprint. 92 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour at Yeager Airport, but I actually think the other places in Kanawha County were actually higher than that.
And just to think, that doesn't show the Boyd County wind gusts we saw.
No, yeah, unofficial gusts at least of over 100 miles an hour there, which might have been tornado, because we do have a confirmed tornado that was in Boyd County earlier. National Weather Service could confirm that just by pictures. They're going to go out and actually survey a lot of the damage, though. So I think there's going to be many more tornadoes confirmed here as we get into the coming days, for sure. Yeah. We've got tornado watch in effect. So southeastern Kentucky counties, this is until 8. And then we've got Vanceburg and Scioto counties until 10. And you can see a pretty extensive tornado watch. So again, that's the zone that we're going to really start to key in on here for this evening. We've had some sun out here. The atmosphere is not as worked over as it is further east. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. And flood watch is also in effect through tonight. We want to watch out for some locally heavy rain and the potential for some flash flooding too. We've had rounds of this. We're getting a break right now, Huntington, Charleston, but we're starting to see some more rain coming up through southern parts of Kentucky, and so that's going to be leading the way. So Huntington, Charleston, again, nice little break here right now, but we're seeing that activity back to the west ahead of that front, and so this is the zone here we're going to really keep a very close eye on as that tracks its way on off to the east, and we'll have more weather coming up in just a bit.
Eyewitness News starts right now with severe weather.
Tornado warnings and watches dominating the day. Wind gusts of anywhere from 60 to 100 miles per hour, leaving a path of destruction. Right here, you're looking at video as the powerful storm slammed downtown Charleston just after 11 o'clock this afternoon.
And those winds tearing off roofs, ripping trees from the ground. And here in Milton, they were strong enough to bring down a giant billboard in the Malcolm Springs subdivision. As it came down, it ripped off the front of a home.
And here's a look from our Sky Team drone. Shows the damage from above. The roof of the Gestamp building in South Charleston blown completely off.
Governor Jim Justice is now calling for a state of emergency in 4 counties: Fayette, Kanawha, Lincoln, and Nicholas, and a state of preparedness for the remaining 51 counties. The declaration allows the state to send resources and emergency response efforts to local agencies.
Our crews are spread all across the area covering the damage. Anna Saunders is in Dunbar after a man narrowly escapes getting crushed by a billboard falling on interstate.
Dante Ricky is in Proctorville, Ohio, where there is significant damage to the local fire department and school.
And right here in Charleston, cleanup is underway downtown, and that's where Daniel Burbank is standing by.
First, we're checking in with Chief Meteorologist Doug Harlow, as the threat for severe weather isn't over yet. Doug, what can you tell us?
Well, yeah, guys. I mean, we just got done with that tornado warning over Fayette County. That is now expired, but tornado watch. Now, remember, more warning means it's indicated on radar. Watch means it's just possible, so that's a broad area there. But Scioto, Lewis County is under that watch until 10 o'clock tonight, so that's still another 5 hours. And southeastern Kentucky counties in yellow there, at least until 8 o'clock. Now, whether this gets extended or not remains to be seen, but we're all under a flood watch here through the remainder of tonight. We've had some pretty heavy rain, some heavy ponding out there. Streams and creeks have been swelled up. We just had a downpour moving through Huntington, Charleston. We're getting a break now, which may help out. But there's some more rain that's starting to spread in from southeastern parts of Kentucky. That is not severe at this point. And actually, as that rain continues to spread back up northeast through Huntington, Charleston, it may keep the atmosphere in check. But a cold front back to the west, that's what we're going to be watching out for. Over central Ohio, southwestern Ohio, central Kentucky, that's where I think that we're going to start to see individual thunderstorm cells that can produce some tornadoes and possibly some significant tornadoes. Now, they may steer more northwest of us, but it's going to be a close call, especially as you get into, Athens County, Jackson, Vinton, Scioto, Lewis County, Greenup County, Carter County. I think that zone there, the far western part of our viewing area. And this may be after sundown, 8, 9 o'clock. We may be seeing some of those storms kind of skirting our northwestern viewing area. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that here throughout the evening. And even overnight, may not be severe, but the cold front actually will cross Huntington, Charleston. We could still have some window rattling gusts out there as the front actually crosses. And then finally, things will start to settle down tomorrow morning, although it's going to be getting substantially cooler, if not just cold, for the remainder of the week. We're even tracking some snow later this week, too. And I'll have the latest on all of that in just a bit.
Thank you, Doug. We have crews across the tri-state.
Yeah, starting with Anna Saunders. She's in Dunbar, where a billboard is still laying across Fairlawn Avenue. There's also a man who says he's lucky to be alive to tell that story. Now, it's a scene there that Anna's going to tell us in just a second.
Yeah, that's right. It's a scene that really takes your breath away and a chilling story to match. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but the man who owns the car that was crushed was just in it right before the storm came. He was able to make it inside.
Ronnie Howard calling himself somewhat lucky. The Geno's Tutors employee says he's lucky he had just stepped out of his car before the storm, but unlucky because when the billboard came down, it was his car that took the brunt of it.
I could hear debris hitting the side of the building, and I'm thinking, oh, that must be bad out there. A few minutes later, employees run in and say, Ron, it's your car. I think they're playing a joke on me. And I come outside, and that's what I see, my car.
No one was hurt, and his car was the only thing damaged, but the scene is a mess as crews anticipate it could take days to clean up.
Look at that. It's a tin can. No repair can fix that. It's total, gone.
Dunbar Police Chief Brian Oxley describes a chaotic scene as the storm passed and the damage reports came in. They had gotten a call that a sign had fallen, but never expected this.
About the time we got this road shut down, we started getting crash after crash after crash on the interstate. So we've just been trying to keep the traffic off of this while the owners of the sign show up and see what we can do about this.
Though the stress of figuring out what's next is weighing on him, Howard is amazed at how close it came to the restaurant where about 30 people were, or if it had gone the other way, how close it would be to homes. In that way, he says we're all lucky.
God looks out for fools. I'll tell you that. Everyone's going to want details. The details are, it's gone. My pride, my joy, my baby. She's gone. That was my child.
Now, this area here of Fairlawn Avenue still shut down, and it is still very much an active scene as a lot of heavy equipment has been brought in. They're even beginning the process of starting to put a strap along the base of this billboard, maybe going to try to lift it up so they can get the car out from under it. We will be here throughout the evening to bring you updates. Live in Dunbar, Anna Saunders, Eyewitness News.
Anna, thank you. And continuing our team coverage now in Proctorville, Ohio, where meteorologist Dante Ricky is live. He's in front of Fairland Elementary School, where that school has received some damage. And Dante, what are you seeing right now?
Yes, I'm outside the Fairland West Elementary School here in Proctorville. Severe thunderstorms earlier today produced extensive damage to the school building. Take a look behind me here. If you look up by the roof, there are pieces of the roof that have been torn off of this building by severe thunderstorms and strong wind gusts, even some of the bricks away. Now, the one advantage is that this occurred during the regularly scheduled spring break for the students, so no one inside the building at the time when this happened. However, this is definitely going to take a large amount of repair and probably going to make the school other angle from the back of the building that can show you that a good portion of the roof has been blown away and debris scattered across the property. Now, it's very hard to judge the strength of the wind gusts and the speeds just by what we can see here from the damage, but the National Weather Service office in Charleston will likely be sending a storm damage survey team to Proctorville and several other locations across that region sometime tomorrow to determine if the damage observed to the elementary school was from those straight line winds or the rotating, twisting winds of a tornado. Now, Lawrence County, Ohio was hit pretty hard from today's storm. Significant building damage destroyed a firehouse earlier today, and in turn, we were able to speak to Matthew Smith, the assistant chief of the Proctorville Volunteer Fire Department, where he was able to show how much of an impact this had on the community there and also the damage to the firehouse as well.
They was in the office area. They heard crashing. They self, and they had two of their children here with them, shoved them in the bathroom. Rode the storm out. It virtually picked the roof off our back bay and set it on one of our members' garage and house. For us in this part of the county, this is one of the worst that I've seen other than high water.
And the best news of all, no injuries reported inside the firehouse, but they also will be under a repair plan and getting a new place to store their equipment and operate out of. Now, I will say, driving through town, there were a lot of traffic lights out as well as power outages across several of the businesses, gas stations, restaurants, you name it here in Proctorville. Lawrence County hit especially hard from the storms earlier today, and it will take some time to get things back to normal. Reporting live in Lawrence County, Ohio, meteorologist Dante Ricky for Eyewitness News.
All right, Dante, thank you. Now, Daniel Burbank is live in Charleston, where the city has seen quite a bit of damage. So, Daniel, how do things look right now?
Well, from our perspective, from one Kanawha County billboard to another, let's walk you a little bit closer to show you the magnitude of the damage in this particular location. This billboard, instead of on a car, is on top of a laundromat. I mean, you can see just from the force of this, it bending the steel, and this is a very heavy structure. You see that bow from the billboard all the way arcing over the building, landing on the ground, debris, glass everywhere. This is just one situation in many in Kanawha County. Kanawha County is in a state of emergency, one of those counties in a state of emergency. The Kanawha County Commission asking Governor Jim Justice to issue that after this morning's damage, especially with more hazardous weather on the way. Now, teachers and students at Piedmont Elementary say this is a perfect example for kids to understand the importance of taking these tornado warnings seriously, just as we did earlier at Eyewitness News. But every school in the county sheltered in place when those sirens blared several times around 11 o'clock. Take a listen to what the teacher had to say.
I think it lets the kids know these situations are real and they can happen, and this is why we have the drills and the practices that we do have.
Yeah, Metro 911 telling us that they've received more than 500 calls since 10:45 a.m. You could probably hear the sound of those sirens on your television from earlier. Now, those calls range from structure collapses, which there was some bricks that fell off of a building in downtown Charleston. There was some entrapments. There was vehicle wrecks. There were several tractor trailers that had flipped over on the interstate. There were fires, lots of fallen trees that also blocking and damaging several traffic lights along Canal Boulevard in Charleston. Now, I've been told that there's been reports of tornado touchdowns in the western portion of Kanawha County that cannot officially be confirmed until the National Weather Service sends those experts, as meteorologists Dante Ricky and Doug Harlow were talking about, before they can officially make those decisions. Now, word also just coming in from the West Virginia Department of Education announcing a short time ago all Kanawha County schools will be closed tomorrow. That's the latest we have out here in Charleston. For now, live in Charleston, Daniel Burbank, Eyewitness News.
Daniel, thank you. And parts of the Mid-Ohio Valley had been forecast to see the worst of the storms. And although that didn't happen, the area did take a hit in Jackson County from a powerful storm. The northern end of Ravenswood seemed to get the worst of it, with trees on homes, utility trailers overturned, and massive trees falling on yards, streets, and at least one car. Winds ripped away siding and part of the roof on a house near North Park, and emergency crews rushed to multiple calls of damage or down power lines. The storm hit hard around 11 a.m.
And about 11 o'clock, I'd been watching the TV, saw the warnings for surrounding counties, didn't see anything for us. And all of a sudden the wind started whipping up. I was back in the back of the house, family room, and the door, I just closed the door because it was starting to rain in. And about that time I heard a really loud noise. Yelled to my husband, what was that? Turned back to the backyard and saw the tree hanging over the top of the roof.
The storm also brought water issues to Denise Cox's home. Heavy rain didn't come as early as expected, but when it did hit, 60-mile-per-hour winds came with it. If more rain falls, it could add more problems to several roofs damaged in Ravenswood.
And more damage at the Huntington Mall in Barbersville as cinder blocks scattered across the parking lot right there in front of the Shoe Carnival store. Those heavy winds also tore off the roof at Pet Supplies Plus right there with Jason from the mall.
And guys, we see numerous power outages through the day today. Right now, AEP is actually reporting 122,000 customers without power. I want to go through some of the counties with you. In Kanawha County, we've got nearly 60,000 in Kanawha County without power right now. You head over to Putnam County, 7,000 without power there. Counties like Lincoln County, 4,800 doesn't seem like a very significant number in Lincoln County compared to that 60,000 in Kanawha County. But here's the thing, Lincoln County is a very low population compared to Kanawha County. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. Wayne County, about 8,000 without power there. Very similar situation, lower populated there in Wayne County, so nearly 10,000 without power. That's a big deal there. Cowell County, 12,000 without power, and Nicholas County has 2,000 right now that are without power. The areas in orange, so this includes some of our northern viewing area like Jackson County, as you head over towards Calhoun County, Webster County, spots like that have anywhere between 500 and 2,000 without power. So obviously a very significant situation here. I was looking at some of the power outage restoration times from AEP. Take a look at this. Restoration times in Boone, Logan, Mingo County, and also Raleigh County aren't expected until tomorrow night. So you aren't expected to have power back in those counties until by 11 o'clock this evening. Also Thursday, so 2 days from now, by 11 o'clock on Thursday, AEP expects to have 90% of these counties restored to power. Cabell County, Clay, Fayette, Greenbrier County, Jackson, Kanawha, Lincoln, Mason, Nicholas, Putnam, Roane, and Wayne County. So those counties, again, aren't expected to have power back until Thursday at 11 o'clock. So we'll definitely keep you updated. If you see any live power lines, folks, definitely don't want to approach that. Stay 30 feet away from those and treat those as live lines as we go over the next couple of days.
All right, Brandon, thank you. And if you see any significant weather happening, be sure to chime in. Just send us your weather pics or video clips using our Chime In feature on our website or app. Just scan the QR code on your screen, and we may even feature what you send right here on Eyewitness News.
Switching to national news, concerns are rising over squatters' rights. Now the White House is weighing in. We'll explain. That's next.
Well, lately, a lot of concerns about squatters, people who take advantage of legal loopholes to live rent-free and appear to be on the rise right now. The White House is now calling it a problem for local governments to address. Here's Kayla Gaskins with the very latest tonight.
A family in Texas fighting to remove a squatter from their property.
Squatters breaking into my house again through the window.
The homeowner sharing this video with Sinclair's KABB. The man seen climbing into the home through the window was initially hired to do tile work on their fixer-upper. He allegedly barricaded himself inside and refuses to leave.
I hope that it makes like a firestorm across the nation as far as changing the laws, because it's not a victimless crime.
In New York, a pair of alleged squatters are suing the owners of a property in Queens, offering up a Shake Shack delivery receipt from January as proof they have a legal right to reside there. After 30 days, squatters are given the same rights as tenants under New York state law. At a separate home in the Bronx, NYPD arresting several suspected migrants found squatting in a home with guns and drugs.
How worried do Americans need to be about squatters?
About squatters?
Reporters now pressing the White House as high-profile squatting cases continue making headlines.
Ultimately, this is a local issue, and it is critical that that local governments take action to address it.
Last week, Florida became the first state to criminalize squatting.
You are not going to be able to commandeer somebody's private property and expect to get away with it.
Georgia quickly followed Florida's lead, the state legislature passing a new bill giving homeowners more rights. Efforts are also underway to adjust the laws in Alabama and New York. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
And right now, we are keeping our eye on severe weather for you. Chief Meteorologist Doug Harlow is digging into the radar and your forecast next.
Well, take a look at this. Some trees topple over onto a house in Canal City. Sandra Castillo says she was visiting her son for lunch when they ran to the basement after hearing tornado alarms going off. Take a listen.
It was very scary, very, very scary, because we were in the basement when that tree fell. So we heard it. Oh, wow. And it just hit his roof, but we were both very scared.
Castillo says the trees almost took out their cars.
Well, really an incredible system that came through this morning, and I think it can officially be classified as a Duratio. A Duratio is a storm line, but it has to go at least 240 miles with frequent reports of wind gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher along its path. Well, I think this fit that definition because this storm line actually formed west of Lexington early this morning. We started getting damage reports out there, and then it basically followed right along I-64 through central West Virginia and then started to finally fall apart across western Virginia earlier today. So that's a path length of 335 miles. I think that qualifies as a Duratio, and I think this was every bit as strong as the 2012 one. Now, it was a little bit more narrow in scope. That one came out of the northwest and kind of plowed through the entire area. Some spots were not that hard hit. But it's those spots that were not hard hit that I'm more concerned about tonight, especially out west, because the atmosphere hasn't been worked over quite as much. We still have a very dangerous setup with a powerful low-pressure center up near Chicago heading up into the Great Lakes. We're on the warm sector of the system. The warm front's draped up to our north and to our east. And so this whole atmosphere in here, we got some showers out ahead of it, which hopefully will keep things in check. But this line right here is already starting to produce some severe weather back near Cincinnati and Louisville. That's what we're going to watch here as we head throughout the evening. This storm going to continue to crank up to our north and west. Eventually, overnight, it will push a front through here. Actually have a secondary low form off to our east. But the main low is going to just kind of sit here for a couple days, wrap in colder and colder air, kind of circulate several fronts through. So we're going to have still some scattered showers, maybe some rumbles of thunder the next couple of days. I don't think they'll be severe Wednesday and Thursday. But at night, it can get cold enough to mix in some snowflakes, and in the mountains, some significant snow, which is remarkable because Pocahontas County right now has a tornado warning. That batch of storms came through Charleston, Huntington. It's now exiting to the east. That's the one that triggered the tornado warning over in Fayette County. It's since now moved off to the east here. We're getting a little break here, but then some more showers are showing up down around southeastern Kentucky. The only active warnings are those tornado warnings, Greenbrier and Pocahontas County, just outside of our area, that is moving east. Nothing off to our west for now, at least not our immediate west. But as you get further west, between Louisville and Cincinnati, we've got tornado warnings. That's the line. Now, these are kind of aimed northeast right now towards metro Cincinnati. But in time, this line will bodily move east. Now, by the time it reaches our western viewing area tonight, the sun will have set. We'll start losing the instability, but it'll be a question of how quickly that process occurs. Right now, Charleston, Huntington, it's a break, but it's short-lived because this rain is about to move back in. Not as much lightning with this, but, some moderate downpours. So we'll have to keep an eye on the streams and creeks. We are under a flood watch, so that's a secondary concern here. Possibility for some localized high water developing. It's just not going to be a nice evening. Really best with all the power outages, all the debris on the roads, if you can just stay inside. That would be my advice. Hail potential, kind of can look at this to see the intensity of anything. I'm not seeing anything. Those cells are not getting organized. I think this atmosphere is worked over. So that's good news for most of us. But again, it's that far western spot. That's what I'm worried about later this evening, especially as we get past sundown. So there's about 8, 9 o'clock. You can start to see some of those storms that are moving through Cincinnati and Columbus, maybe getting close to the Scioto Valley on up toward Athens. I think if there's going to be tornado warnings this evening, this would probably be an area along with northeast Kentucky that would be the most likely candidate. That would spread east toward midnight back into central West Virginia, probably not producing tornadoes, but some gusty winds, even at 2, 3 in the morning here with the front as that crosses on by. And then, yes, over the next several days, we're talking about snow, which will accumulate in the mountains, and even Beckley, Fayetteville probably get a grassy inch or two. The rest of us will see some flakes at times, especially at night, and then it will melt. But we'll have some chilly rain showers, some sleet, very cold pattern coming up. 50s tomorrow, 40s Thursday, Friday, before it calms down for the upcoming weekend.
And severe weather coverage continues. We head to the Bluegrass State to show you the damage on the other side of the break. Stay with us. And Gina, before striking the Kanawha Valley, that storm left its mark in eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, now an hour before our show started, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency through the Commonwealth as more severe weather is expected.
And damage reported in 19 counties, including many right here in our region. Tonight, Gil McClanahan joins us from one of the hardest hit areas, Boyd County.
I'm here in the Ironville community of Boyd County, Kentucky. As you can see behind me, this area is where the storm left a path of destruction.
I've been in emergency service here on the fire department for 30 years, and this is the worst I've seen in our district area.
The storm uprooted trees, leaving a trail of branches and debris. The storm ripped this home in half while damaging several mobile homes in the area. Matt Barnett says the storm knocked his mobile home off its foundation.
We was all in the house like that and everything. I heard a bunch of wind coming like hell, coming like that. Then we looked out the windows and doors and like that, and then it was a tornado come through.
Did you actually see something?
I seen it come down the road here.
Was it your first tornado?
Yeah.
What was it like?
I just thought it was a big storm at first.
Mallory Copley says she was asleep at the time of the storm that seemed to last just a few seconds.
I didn't even see out the side door. I woke up and the dogs, they don't really jump on me unless they're scared. And I was asleep in the back room and they just jump on the bed, you know, trying to hunker beside me.
Animals were not the only ones scared by the storm.
It was scary. I never had an intense storm like this before. It was very intense, very crazy.
Real scary, to be honest with you. I've seen combat and everything else, but this scared the crap out of me.
Those who had damage from the storm are now left to clean up the debris, but it's unclear how long that will take.
These people are in for the long haul, and you know, hopefully their insurance companies take care of them.
If there is a silver lining or a miracle from this storm, it's that there was no loss of life and only one lady suffered minor injuries. In Boyd County, Kentucky, Gil McClanahan, Eyewitness News.
And Boyd County, Kentucky was one of those first areas to get hit really hard. We saw a wind gust report of 102 miles per hour. 102 mile per hour wind gust was reported in Boyd County, Kentucky. And obviously with that damage there, that kind of corroborates the story there of that 102 mile per hour gust. This was actually a confirmed tornado in Boyd County, Kentucky from earlier. The damage was so significant from photos that the National Weather Service didn't wait to go out there yet. They just went ahead and declared this as an EF1 tornado earlier. That's very rare. Usually National Weather Service offices go out first, survey the damage, then confirm it as a tornado, but they confirmed this as an EF1 tornado just by looking at some of those pictures. Also, Proctorville hit very hard here. This is from Joshua Murdoch. He's a trained storm spotter in the area. This is just a complete mess in Proctorville. You can see a home there with the roof completely ripped off. Also, we've seen this from Sam's Club over in Charleston, over towards Southridge. Take a look at the doors in Sam's Club there, completely blown through there. So that just shows you the gravity of these winds. I want to show you some other photos here. Take a look at this video just from Evan here in Charleston. They said this was tornado footage. Again, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes in the Charleston area, but take a look at these winds just rushing into the parking garage there. That was likely just one of the last spots that Evan could go to. Look at that debris just shattering right in front of him there from that big rush of wind. So again, this was a very dangerous situation as it rolled through. Many folks in work, a lot of kids in school at the time as this rolled through in the morning. So it's a good thing we haven't had any reports of injuries or deaths with this. And we'll continue to monitor the photos, videos that come in, and Doug obviously going to continue to monitor the radar through the evening.
Thank you, Brandon. And coming up, we're continuing our severe weather coverage with live reports through our region. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Eyewitness News starts right now with severe weather.
Warnings in our area. We're getting a bit of a break. Does not mean that it's going to stay that way for the rest of tonight. We're not out of the woods yet, especially our western viewing area. That's where we're kind of focusing right now, and at least for the next several hours. Right now, the only warning in West Virginia is over in southern Pocahontas and northeastern Greenbrier County. Tornado warning. That was the same one that prompted the tornado warning in Fayette and Nicholas counties earlier. That cell continues to track its way east into western Virginia, but that's moving away from our area. Now, we are starting to see tornado warnings west of Cincinnati and a tornado watch across much of that area, and that does include Scioto, Lewis counties until 10 o'clock, and then southeastern Kentucky under tornado watch here until 8 o'clock. So those are kind of the areas here, but it doesn't mean that Greenup and Carter, you're out of the woods, or even Jackson or Vinton counties. That whole zone right there, I think west of the Ohio River, we're going to be keeping a close eye on some redevelopment later on this evening. We're also under a flood watch everywhere. Could have more downpours leading to some streams and creeks coming out of their banks. A lot of them are bank full because of the downpours of earlier. We are getting a little break, Huntington, Charleston north right now, but there's some more showers pushing up from the southwest. These are not severe. In fact, I'm not even seeing a whole lot of lightning on these anymore. And in fact, rain will be a good thing because it knocks the temperature down and it kind of stabilizes the atmosphere. The problem is the cold front responsible for all of this is still back around Indiana. Line of storms is starting to form out ahead of it, and this is a severe line west of Cincinnati. So I think in time, we're going to see Lexington, Cincinnati, Columbus, that zone there, possibly even our far western viewing area, at risk for some severe storms. And you can see that taking place around our neck of the woods. Athens, Portsmouth, Vanceburg, I'd say maybe closer to 9. So after sundown, and then from there, that line would weaken, but still could be producing some gusty winds for much of our area, even overnight tonight. So again, we're not done with the bumpy weather by far. I think that the worst of it, Charleston, Huntington, was this morning, but we could still have some rough stuff to get through here for tonight before it turns colder the rest of the week, and we'll detail that in just a bit.
All right, thank you, Doug. And right now we continue with our team coverage, starting with Anna Saunders in Dunbar, where a billboard is still laying across Fairlawn Avenue, and a man there who says he's lucky to be alive. Anna.
Dave, that's right. It's a scene that takes your breath away and a chilling story to match. Now, thankfully, no one was hurt, but the man whose car was crushed had just gotten out of it and gotten inside when the storm came through. Now, take a look at some of this video from earlier. This is Ronnie Howard's car. He works at the Geno's Tutors here and had just finished up his break, stepped inside, and the storm came. He said the storm itself was so loud they just could hear debris hitting the building while they were taking shelter. Then his coworkers came in and told him the billboard had fallen on his car. No one was injured, but still a giant mess that still has Fairlawn shut down and likely will for the next few days. Now, there's a lot of movement here tonight, a lot of big machinery. We actually just watched someone lift up the base of that billboard so that they could pull the car out from underneath. So that car was towed away. We will continue to keep you updated, but those officials here on scene say this will likely take days. Live here in Dunbar, Anna Saunders, Eyewitness News.
Anna, thank you. And continuing our team coverage now in Ohio, where meteorologist Dante Ricky is live. And Dante, what are you seeing in the Proctorville area?
And this coming during the regularly scheduled spring break for the students, but severe thunderstorms earlier today created significant wind damage, blowing part of the roof off of the Fairland West Elementary School here in Proctorville, Lawrence County. Now, we got some video of the damage, and this is quite substantial. A chunk of the roof torn up into the air and blown across the property, scattering debris across several couple of feet. Now, here is the thing about it. It's hard to determine exactly how strong the winds were or if they were from a straight line wind event or that of a tornado. The National Weather Service in Charleston will be bringing a damage team in to investigate this particular damage and make that determination as we head into tomorrow, as well as several locations across our region. Now, another part of Proctorville that was hit hard was the volunteer fire department. The firehouse destroyed. The assistant chief of the volunteer fire department, Matthew Smith, explained to me that some members were inside the building along with their children. But the good news, no injuries reported, but they will definitely be needing a new firehouse here in Proctorville as well. So when you get that tornado warning, take action, head to your safe spot. I'm meteorologist Dante Ricky.
Take a look look right here. We have a brave story of a young man sharing what led to his brain injury. I'm Liz Bonus. What he wants all of us to know that could save our own lives. It is just ahead.
Eyewitness News Sky Team is sponsored by GoMart.
A young man who recently suffered a head injury now has an important warning for others. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares why he no longer considers wearing a helmet optional.
Hey there, everybody. Hello to you. Shane Shapiro bravely sharing his story today. As you can see, one side of his head shows evidence that he had a traumatic brain injury. His injury from a scooter ride a little more than a year ago.
Hit a pothole, flew off, and landed on my head.
As these photos show, Shane had multiple surgeries to try and relieve the pressure on both sides of his brain.
It's called a midline shift. Anything, your ventricles, if they moved 5 millimeters or more, that's almost certain death. Mine were 14 millimeters.
Dr. Laura Nguyen, director of the Neurotrauma Center at Ohio's UC Gardner Neuroscience Institute, helped save Shane's life. She says, sadly, this kind of injury, from everything from skateboarding to biking, all too common this time of year.
We see a lot of people that come in and need surgery because they've been on a motorcycle without a helmet or a bicycle without a helmet. Having a helmet really does lead to better outcomes and improves lives.
Shane told me he's on a mission now to share that message.
It just takes one time.
Shane doesn't ride anything now without a helmet. He wasn't wearing one the day he hit his head. Hundreds of lives would be saved and brain injuries averted, he said, in both children and adults, if helmets were not optional. Public health experts agree.
The helmet is a helmet that you get that's certified, that's fitted for your head, that you don't share, that you actually wear, and the chin strap really helps.
Shane says he and his wife Jordan feel his life was spared by a God above.
My wife and I go to church. And, you know, I had lots of prayers.
For a purpose here below. After months of rehab to walk and talk again, he feels the most important thing that he could say now is that this kind of injury, if you don't wear a helmet, can happen to you.
My friend said I flew off 10 feet up in the air and landed right on my head going 20 miles per hour.
Shane says today, if you are watching this and you remember his story and you wear a helmet on your next scooter, skateboard, or bike ride, his journey will have been worthwhile. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Thank you, Liz. Our severe weather coverage continues just after the break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, it's been an extremely active day, and unfortunately, it's not over. Weather alert remains in effect through the overnight. We've got more storms on the way. Now, for some of us, some thunder, maybe a gust of wind, and that might be the extent of it. Hopefully, it is for everybody. But the tornado risk is not done, especially for areas west of the Ohio River. As we get closer to sundown and beyond, we could be tracking some more tornado warnings out in that vicinity. And also, with some more rounds of rain, there could be some flooding possible. And so you don't want to sleep on that. I don't think it would be widespread major flooding, not to the degree of the kind of wind damage that we've had, but still could, cause some road closures. And certainly as it gets dark, that's always a danger as well. Right now, we're tracking another batch of showers coming up from southeastern Kentucky. This is not severe. In fact, not even a whole lot of lightning on it. It's just mostly rain. Just had a little moderate shower pop up north of downtown Charleston. So, yeah, we're dry for now, even a little sun peeking out, but there's going to be some more showers this evening here. Otherwise, there's not much going on locally. No active warnings in our neck of the woods, but different story out west. In fact, several tornado warnings. This one, northeast of Louisville, actually is considered an extremely dangerous tornado. It's a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. It's a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS. You don't see that very often. That's, over northeast of Louisville. But this whole complex here is kind of moving off to the north and to the east. And this is the line we're going to be watching ahead of the front. Now, it's still ways away from our neck of the woods, but in time, it's moving pretty quickly off to the east-northeast. So, I think Lewis County, Scioto County, I'd say even Jackson, Vinton, Athens, down through Greenup, Carter, Rowan County. These are places that we want to keep a close eye on here throughout this evening. Some of these counties under a tornado watch, others maybe not, at least for right now. But this is the zone. I think we could see some of those cells skirt by as we get closer to about 8, 9 o'clock. So right now, just a couple of those showers crossing through, but otherwise it's fairly calm. But I think 8, 9 o'clock, those zones out there, that's where we could have some of these cells crossing through, kind of skirting up to the north and to the east. So they're going to kind of parallel the Ohio River the way things look right now. As we get deeper into the evening, closer to midnight, okay, now we're starting to lose some of the instability, so maybe the tornadic threat begins to lessen. But there could still be some rowdy storms. I mean, this is midnight, and even through 1, 2, 3 in the morning ahead of the front, that's maybe not severe, but that's a downpour coming through. central West Virginia, then exiting to the east by about dawn tomorrow. But we'll still have some showers left over. We'll fall into the 50s tomorrow morning. I actually think temps may dip into the 40s after sunrise. The cold air is going to be pouring in behind the front, or at least the chillier air. And we're going to still see some scattered showers. These might even produce a little small hail in them tomorrow afternoon as another front comes through. And that's going to drop temperatures into the 30s and 40s come Thursday. Thursday, pretty nasty. Rain showers, sleet, wet snow mixed in. In the mountains, mostly snow and accumulating snow. And ski resorts are probably going to see a half foot or more of snowfall here. We'll likely see some winter weather advisories, maybe some winter storm warnings issued there. So it is getting much, much cooler. But tonight we're going to be watching especially the tri-state here for the possibility for some tornadoes or at least some strong to severe storms. Could get a bit bumpy overnight for the rest of us here as the front comes through. 52 tomorrow. 41 for the high Thursday. Things will calm down with some sun this weekend, and then we'll warm it up into the 60s next week.
Just ahead, Medicaid Awareness Month kicks off. We're looking at the issues we're seeing in the Mountain State. That's next.
And welcome back. You know, this week kicks off Medicaid Awareness Month across the country.
Hannah Klein spoke to healthcare advocates who are raising awareness on concerns they're seeing in the Mountain State.
There's never been a better time to raise awareness about Medicaid's importance for our communities here at home and really, frankly, across the entire nation.
Ellen Allen, Executive Director of West Virginia's for Affordable Health Care, is reminding everyone that April is Medicaid Awareness Month. This week, a press conference was held in Charleston by healthcare advocates marking the 5th annual event. Healthcare workers say that over 560,000 West Virginians, or nearly 1/3 of the population, rely on Medicaid for their health coverage.
You know, it covers half of births, it covers half of our kids, it covers long-term care for our older residents. So the more that we invest in this program and make sure it stays afloat, the better off our state will be.
Advocates say if lawmakers don't act, the state federal affordable health care insurance program could face over a $100 million shortfall. While Medicaid is not in crisis yet, right now the current deficit for Medicaid is roughly $79 million.
Significant deficits would not only impact the individuals and families depending upon it, but it would reverberate throughout the community, hitting hospitals, lowering reimbursements. You know, hospitals are really struggling.
While the group looks to meet again next month, they encourage lawmakers to take a look at the funding for Medicaid, as it's the largest health insurance program in the Mountain State.
It plays a huge role in how people interact with the healthcare system and plays a big role in the health and wellness of West Virginians.
In Charleston, Hannah Klein, Eyewitness News.
And stay right where you are. Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock starts with live updates from across our region on the damage caused by today's severe weather. We'll be right back.
Eyewitness News starts right now with severe weather.
And right here is the site in Charleston, a time lapse over the course of 10 minutes from cloudy to a torrential downpour, then back to cloudy. And just below there is Virginia Street in downtown with a wall of rain rolling in from the west.
And those winds clocking in at up at 100 miles per hour in some spots as the warnings, alerts, and watches blanketed the area. A wave of rain and wind hit the state capitol and left it as fast as it came.
And that fast-moving storm leaving behind a wave of destruction with roofs torn off and billboards knocked down. Here's video from our Sky Team drone showing the Gestamp building in South Charleston torn apart.
Our meteorologists have been tracking all of this throughout the day.
Yeah, and as the governor calls a state of emergency in 4 counties, let's go straight to Doug Harlow with what he sees ahead of us. Doug.
Well, unfortunately, I wish I could say worse is behind us. For a lot of us, it probably is, but not for everybody, because there is still a risk for some severe weather later on tonight, especially, I think, across our western viewing area, where we're starting to see some big storms near Cincinnati, Louisville. Some of those may graze our southeastern Ohio counties, northern Kentucky counties later on this evening. Right now, it's pretty calm out there, but the weather alert remains in effect. More storms tonight, even areas that maybe see sub-severe storms. It could get a little bit rowdy again as the cold front crosses. The tornado risk continues, especially west of the Ohio River, and just about anywhere there could be some spot flooding out there. We've had downpours and we've got more on the way. Incredible. You'd think this was an error. 92-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Tri-State Airport. That actually happened earlier this morning. 60-mile-an-hour gusts at Yeager Airport. Incredible. These are stronger gusts than what we had in the Duratio back in 2012. And this was a Duratio. I'll talk about that in a little bit later on in the show. No active warnings for us. What concerns me is that we've got severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings back to the west from Cincinnati to Louisville. And a tornado watch that includes Lewis, Scioto counties until 10 o'clock, southeastern Kentucky counties until 8, and the rest of us are under a flood watch through the remainder of tonight. We've just got some garden variety showers pushing up through the cold fields right now, so Huntington, Charleston will get a bit more rain the next hour or two, but nothing severe. It's that line back to the west, and I'm watching that to kind of skirt southeastern Ohio, northern Kentucky as we get closer to and after sundown. So I think 8, 9 o'clock. Vanceburg, Portsmouth, on up toward Athens. That's a zone there that has my attention, potentially for some storms that could produce some tornadoes. Now, while that will weaken later tonight, it can still produce gusty winds through the overnight hours for many of us as a cold front crosses, and then things will settle down, but it's going to get a whole lot colder for the rest of this week. We'll detail that in just a bit.
And team coverage for you right now across the area. Cleanup is underway, and as Doug just said, the severe threat isn't over just yet.
We start with Anna Saunders in Dunbar, where a huge billboard went down and destroyed a car. Anna, what can you tell us?
Yeah, right now, guys, a lot of activity going on this evening. A lot of people here, crews working, trying to literally take this thing apart piece by piece. It's a scene that sort of takes your breath away, with a chilling story to go with it. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but the man who had his car crushed was just in it and had come inside when the storm came in. Take a look at some of this video that I shot here earlier today. This is Ronnie Howard's car. He works at the Geno's Tutors here and had just finished up his break, stepped inside, and the storm came. He said the storm itself was so loud they just could hear debris hitting the building while they were taking shelter. Then his co-workers came in and told him the billboard had fallen on his car. No one was injured, but still a giant mess that still has Fairlawn shut down and likely will for the next few days.
Look at that. It's a tin can. No repair can fix that. It's total gone.
Now, this was also a chaotic time for first responders. Just to give you an idea, here in Dunbar, around the time this happened, the tractor trailer overturned on 64, which they also had to respond to, along with other crashes and damage. And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of loud activity happening here tonight as they start to take this thing apart. Just a few moments ago, a crew came in and actually lifted part of the billboard up so they could get the car out from underneath it. So the car has since been towed away here tonight, but this will be a mess for a while. Live in Dunbar, Anna Saunders, Eyewitness News.
Anna, thank you. And meteorologist Dante Rickey is in Proctorville, Ohio, where they're dealing with significant damage to their fire department and a school. Dante, what can you tell us?
Yes, severe thunderstorms and the damaging wind gusts from them impact homes, structures, and even large buildings. I'm here at the Fairland West Elementary School in Proctorville, Lawrence County, Ohio, where part of the roof was blown off of this building. Now look up here behind me. See the bricks up there at the top? Well, a good portion of the roof was just ripped away. And this has caused significant damage to the building and will likely need extensive repair. Now the good news, this happened during the regularly scheduled spring break. So no students or school in session at the time, but you need to be able to find your safe spot in a building if indeed a tornado or strong gusty winds strike your area. Now, from the back of the building, a lot of debris has also been scattered across the property. The National Weather Service office in Charleston will be sending a storm damage survey team to Proctorville, as well as several other locations across our region to determine if the damage was in fact done by that of a tornado or just straight line wind gusts as well. Now, Proctorville hit very hard by the extensive wind damage here in these thunderstorms that came through this morning, and part of that actually damaged the roof and building of a volunteer fire department. We spoke with Matthew Smith, the assistant chief of Proctorville Volunteer Fire Department, and he told us how this impacted not only his operation, but also some of the people who were there at the time of the storm.
They was in the office area. They heard crashing. They self, and they had two of their children here with them, shoved them in the bathroom. Rode the storm out. It virtually picked the roof off our back bay and set it on one of our members' garage and house. For us in this part of the county, this is one of the worst that I've seen other than high water.
And the good news, no injuries reported within the Proctorville Volunteer Fire Department, but they will need a brand new firehouse building as a result of the storm damages here earlier today. In Lawrence County, Ohio, I'm meteorologist Dante Ricky for Eyewitness News.
And here in Charleston, crews are busy clearing debris and trying to repair a lot of damage. And Daniel Burbank is on the city's west side with an up-close look for us live. Daniel.
Well, Dave, I mean, from one Kanawha County billboard to another, this was another dramatic sight. Mother Nature sparing nothing in its path. There's large pieces of glass. I mean, there's so much debris all on top of this building here. And this is just some of the sites that we've seen here. In fact, the person who owns this was in the process of remodeling, hoping to open this soon. We could see this was powerful enough to bend this steel structure here. Now, Kanawha County is in a state of emergency. The Kanawha County Commission earlier asking Governor Justice to issue that emergency because of this morning's damage and with the potential for more severe weather on the way. So teachers and students at Piedmont Elementary say that this is a perfect example for kids to understand the importance of taking these tornado warnings seriously. Every school in the county sheltered in place when the sirens blared several times around the 11 o'clock hour. Take a listen to what the instructor had to say.
We are all safe. All the kids are safe. Kanawha County Schools practices for situations like this. Everyone is very calm. The kids have been very calm today, and everything is under control.
Metro 911 telling us they've received hundreds of calls, at least 500, since 10:45 this morning. That ranged from structural collapses in downtown Charleston, entrapments, vehicle wrecks. We saw several of those images of the tractor trailers on the interstate overturned, fires, fallen trees, and of course downed billboards. I'm told there's been reports of tornado touchdowns in the western portion of Kanawha County. Now, that cannot officially be confirmed until a National Weather Service team sends their experts making those decisions, just as meteorologist Dante Ricky and Doug Harlow, all of our meteorologists, have discussed. Now, I'm also getting word that the West Virginia Department of Education canceled all Kanawha County schools tomorrow. We're going to continue to follow that angle to this story as well. Live in Charleston, Daniel Burbank, Eyewitness News.
All right, Daniel, a lot of the schools probably just don't have power either. There's over 100,000 in our viewing area without power right now. Charleston, nearly 60,000 without power there. So as you head towards Kanawha County, 56,000 without power within Kanawha County, over 7,000 without power as you're heading over towards Putnam County. Cabell County, over 11,000 without power there. Then you go to some of these smaller counties like Boone County, 3,000 without power in Boone County, usually a lower populated county there. That's a big number for that county. Lawrence County, Ohio, another area where you just saw meteorologist Dante Ricky in Proctorville, over 13,000 without power in Lawrence County, Ohio. And then as you head over towards Boyd County, Kentucky, over 5,000 without power there. I want to head over to the billboard and talk to you about how you could stay safe during power outages, especially when it comes down to power lines being knocked down. You want to stay 30 feet away from down power lines, and you want to report anytime you see a down power line. Now, most of the power outages have been reported already, but again, still would like to report that to Appalachian Power for sure. You don't want to touch any down power lines. You always want to assume that any down power lines are energized or active. They can be very dangerous. Don't even attempt to move them. Even if you're using something that you would think wouldn't be conducive of the electricity there, you still don't want to touch it. You just want to stay away from it. Leave it to the professionals. Looking at some of the power outage restoration times that are being estimated by AEP, they expect to have Boone, Logan, Mingo, and Raleigh County back in power by 11 o'clock tomorrow. And then Cabell, Clay, Fayette, Greenbrier County, Jackson, Kanawha, Lincoln, Mason, Nicholas, Putnam, and Roane, including Wayne County as well. They expect to have those counties back in power 2 days from now by 11 o'clock on Thursday.
Thank you, Brandon. We're tracking more damage in our area after severe storms and tornado warnings cover the Mid-Ohio Valley. All that and more is coming up. And while the heaviest damage seemed to come along the I-64 corridor, the Mid-Ohio Valley did not get a pass.
Not at all. And Eyewitness News senior reporter Bob Aaron, who actually lives in Jackson County, ran into some serious weather trouble too close to home.
Heavy late morning rains were pushed by damaging winds in Jackson, Wirt, and Wood counties. The north end of Ravenswood logged some serious damage, including this house crushed by a large tree. The damage didn't stop with the tree fall.
The back side of the house, we've got, obviously we've lost the garage. There's water coming down into our laundry room over there, and it's dripping down into our family room, which is directly across in the back of the house.
A few blocks away, and another massive tree that stood for decades went down, but this one only took out a neighbor's flagpole. I would have had better weather coverage this day if I'd stayed home. The storm that roared through Ravenswood hit my yard and neighborhood. My damage, just a 5-year-old tree. But not far away, a utility trailer was tossed like a toy, and part of the roof and siding torn off a house.
Things were flapping up and down. The wind was blowing really hard. I thought the house was going to go, but just the back part of my roof blew off. And but we were all pretty scared.
Emergency crews were kept busy responding to downed power lines, trees blocking roads, and damage to buildings. In Ravenswood, Bob Aaron, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you, Bob. And, some people say they saw a tornado in Ravenswood, but the wind damage came during a radar-generated tornado warning late Tuesday morning.
And the National Weather Service will be out surveying the damage in the coming days, and we'll likely be seeing some confirmed tornadoes, all because of this powerhouse storm system in the Great Lakes pushing a front overnight tonight. So we're still on alert for severe weather until that front crosses. Then we're back to winter Wednesday and especially Thursday and Friday. Rain, sleet, snow showers, cold temps, and gusty winds. We'll detail that and when it will clear back out and calm down coming up next. Well, a Duratio is defined by a storm line that covers at least 240 miles with wind gusts of roughly about 60 miles an hour or greater along its path, frequently noted. And I think this one qualifies. The storm line this morning started west of Lexington, and this was the path of damage, starting all the way back there, going all the way into western Virginia before it fell apart, basically paralleling I-64. That's 335 miles right there. So, when all is said and done, this is reclassified. It will go down as a Duratio, and every bit as strong, if not stronger, than the one back in 2012. Of course, that was in summer and was followed by 2 weeks of 100-degree temps. This one's going to be followed by cold instead, and it's happening in early April. The tree's not fully leafed out, so that helped a little bit. But in this case, I think the winds and the meteorological factors were actually stronger than the one back in 2012. Powerhouse storm system in the Great Lakes. This is a bad setup, and that's what we were worried about all day yesterday. But it was the morning storm line that really kind of took center stage and hopefully robs the second half of this storm system a little bit of energy for most of us. We've got some showers crossing into Huntington again. Logan coming up through Charleston. We'll get a little bit of rain falling. This is pretty weak stuff, though. A lot of the atmosphere in West Virginia is kind of worked over. So, yes, showers, maybe a rumble. Doesn't look like too much for the next few hours. What has my attention, there's no active warnings here, but we have active warnings, tornado and severe thunderstorm from Cincinnati down east of Louisville. And these are moving on off to the east. So I'm watching that line there. That's forming out ahead of the actual cold front. Still a ways from us, but Lewis County, Scioto County, Jackson, Vinton, Carter, Greenup. These zones right out in here in particular, we're going to watch out for that. Hopefully that line weakens as the sun begins to set. We lose some of the heating of the day. Also, the atmosphere a little more worked over here. But that's the zone that bears watching. We could still have some tornado warnings go up, especially out in those counties, even after sundown. Futurecast shows 8, 9 o'clock is when some of those cells could be approaching Vanceburg, Portsmouth area here. So we'll be keeping you updated. If there's a tornado warning, we're going to be breaking in that for tonight's programming. From there, we'll start crossing the Ohio River closer to midnight. I think at that point, these storms are unlikely to produce tornadoes, but they could still produce gusty winds into the overnight as the cold front crosses. I mean, that's a pretty rough look. 2, 3 in the morning, that's the front. That could be a gusty line of some rain at least coming through here overnight. We'll start tomorrow with some leftover showers, which will taper down. Temps will keep falling. We may start at 50, 55 degrees and fall into the 40s for a time tomorrow morning. Only make it back up to about 50 or so in the afternoon. I think we'll have a few more scattered showers popping up. Non-severe, but maybe some pea-sized hail with some of these cells as they push through. That's a reinforcing shot of colder air. So on Thursday, we're lucky to get much above 40. Rain showers, sleet, snow in the mountains that will stick and accumulate quite a bit up in the highest spots. But just overall, it's a nasty look. Gusty winds. Get the winter jackets ready here. It is going to be cold. So for folks without power, especially at night, 30s, 20s, that's going to be a concern. Hopefully we can get everybody back online. Weekend looks to calm down. We'll have some sun. It's just chilly. And then we'll get back into the 60s, and it looks like decent weather to start next week, including for the solar eclipse Monday.
A state of emergency through Kentucky and damage reported in 19 counties. We look at the hardest hit areas in Kentucky and Charleston coming up.
Eyewitness News Sky Team is sponsored by GoMart.
And we continue to track the storm damage around our area after those severe but speedy storms today.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at what we've seen, and some spots hit the hardest. Now, over at the Huntington Mall in Barbersville, cinder blocks scattered across the parking lot you see right there in front of the Shoe Carnival store. Those heavy winds also tore off the roof at Pet Supplies Plus right near the mall.
And it's hard to tell here, but that thing up there stuck in the power lines is a mangled trampoline. Here's a tractor trailer that flipped over. It was on the McCorkle exit in Jefferson. And this was in Huntington, where part of a roof was blown off a building.
And here's more of the damage right here in Charleston. This picture taken by our very own Daniel Burbank with a huge tree completely blocking the road over an institute. The side of this house completely destroyed by a falling tree. Just more examples of how powerful the winds are, as they were enough to knock it over. And a car in South Hills along Spring Road hit by a falling tree, taking costly damage among many other parked cars around that area.
And before this storm slammed the Kanawha Valley, it left a path of destruction across eastern Kentucky. One of the hardest hit areas was the Ironville community of Boyne County, where the storm uprooted trees and split a home in half and flipped a mobile home. Witnesses tell us they saw what looked like a funnel cloud traveling down the road, damaging trailers in a mobile home park. It was a frightening situation for old and young alike.
It was scary. I never had an intense storm like this before. It was very intense, very crazy.
Real scary, to be honest with you. I've seen combat and everything else, but this scared the crap out of me.
And the silver lining and miracle from the storm, officials say there was no loss of life and one lady suffered a minor injury.
Well, coming up here on Eyewitness News next, we have one final look at your forecast with Chief Meteorologist Doug Harlow to see what's up.
All right, still watching out for the potential for severe weather, possibly tornadoes, particularly west of the Ohio River this evening, so don't let your guard down. Much cooler weather to follow. Still some thunder possible with small hail Wednesday, Thursday. Much colder, too. Some snowflakes, so kind of nasty end of the week.
All right, thank you, Doug. And that'll do it for us on Eyewitness News at 6.
We've got more news over
Good evening, Chief Meteorologist Doug Harlow here. We have a tornado warning, actually two potentially, that we're following right now. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson joining me. We've seen one issued for southwestern Pike County in Kentucky. There's another one that is approaching Scioto County here right now. It's just in the neighboring county over in Adams County. But we actually have confirmation of a tornado on the ground in Adams County.
Yeah, just by West Union. I want to go ahead and get right into the radar right now and show you a look at the active warnings that we have. So you can see, obviously, 4 polygons showing up here. We've got orange and we also have red popping up on the map. Doug Harlow is zooming in right now on the tornado warning that has just been issued for southwestern Pike County in Kentucky. And this warning runs until, what time does that warning run until? 8:45. So we've got about a 45-minute warning here. And the thing is, with this area of rotation, it's actually still pretty far to the southwest of Pike County here. So that area of rotation with this storm still has a ways to go before it actually enters Pike County. But this system's moving very fast. This storm right here, it's moving towards Olea right now. That's actually going to be moving into Pike County here very shortly. So although that storm looks pretty far to the southwest, it is moving very fast. And we have seen, again, that area of rotation be strong here over the past hour. It hasn't really weakened much as it moves up towards Olea, Kentucky.
Yeah, it's got a notch in it right there. You can see this notch feature. That's indicative of a potential tornado right in there. So the warning is in effect for southwestern Pike County. So we've got the warning in effect. That includes Dorton, Hilton, Beefhide, which is right on the county border there. Does not include Pikeville. So Pikeville, folks, this is well north of you. This would probably skirt right along the Virginia border if it continues on this track. But so that right now has just been issued only for, southwestern parts of Pike County, Dorton and Hilton. And the actual cell, as Brandon mentioned, is still a ways away. But you want to shelter now, get into your lowest level of your home, basement, and an interior room. That's where you want to be here because these storms, obviously, throughout the day today, have had a history of producing some severe weather, and this one's no exception. This one has definite hook on it and some very strong wind rotation as well.
Yeah, we've seen that storm, just sustain itself for a while, meaning it's got a lot of momentum. It's very strong as it's continued to move through. This storm has crossed the state line. It was over in northern Tennessee and has worked its way across the state line over towards southeastern Kentucky. Kind of monitoring what the Jackson, Kentucky National Weather Service is saying about this storm. They haven't really mentioned a whole lot about it. They just extended the tornado warning east, obviously, because we're still seeing those reds and greens come together there. So again, we're continuing to watch that. But we also don't want to let our guard down in southeastern Ohio either. We've been monitoring that. There's no tornado warning right now for Scioto County, Ohio, but we could see one shortly. And I'm also, matter of fact, now we look at this, it looks like we got 2 areas of rotation now popping up there.
Yeah.
One down southwest of West Union, more closer to Manchester, towards the Lewis County, Kentucky county line. But then also crossing Route 41, that's the tornado warning part of this storm that's moving up towards Meigs, Ohio, but also going to be moving towards the northwestern portions of Scioto County. So just northwest of Otway, crossing Route 348 there.
Yeah, so this may skirt, and we've seen this many times, tornadoes or potential tornado cells skirt northwestern Scioto County. Otway, we mentioned that many times, I think, in terms of, this is always kind of a pathway for these kind of systems. So, on this particular path, that cell would miss Portsmouth to the north and west. And this other one that's down southwest of West Union would as well. But we already had reports that this first area of rotation did produce a tornado confirmed on the ground. Yeah. So again, this is Adams County in Ohio. As of right now, the tornado warning is not in effect for Scioto County, but it's right on the doorstep. So we're thinking that it's possible that it could get extended. At least you can kind of see where the trajectory would be. It would be across northwestern parts of Scioto County here. Raritan, Otway, again, those would be the areas in the pathway of that.
And those are typical spots, like you said, like right at the fringe of our viewing area. We see this a lot. Those tornado warnings just clip northwestern Scioto County a lot in that area. So this would be a flatter spot too, easier for those storms to really develop and rotate quite well. And again, we're still monitoring that tornado warning in Pike County, Kentucky. Obviously, there's no tornado warned or no tornado confirmed towards the Pike County, Kentucky area, but you still want to be in your safe spot. We've been tracking a lot of rotation with that cell as it moves over towards Jenkins. It's moving, I feel like I pronounced it wrong, Eolia, I believe is how you would pronounce that. It's moving right along Route 119. So if you were to go down from Pikeville, let's say you're driving through Pikeville down 119, you would drive through Dorton, you'd drive through Jenkins, and then that would take you down towards Eolia and also towards the Cumberland area. That tornado warning is literally riding along, or that rotation rather, I should say, is moving right along Route 119 right now as it moves up towards Jenkins. So it still, again, has a ways to go before it gets into southwestern Pike County, but you still want to make sure you're in your safe spot, the interior room, the lowest level of your home, because again, it's going to be a little bit till it gets here, but it is moving pretty fast.
And right now, this is an estimate. Our radar can kind of estimate, possibility of a tornado. So this has a tornado impact 7.7. So I got the scale over here. 7.7 puts it in the high tornado potential. So that tells me that, it's picking up on a fairly strong signal here for this particular cell. So, sometimes we'll get a tornado warning, and at least the numbers that I'll get here are maybe a 2 or 3. Just indicating, there's some rotation, but not necessarily a tornado. But this is pretty high. So this, definitely seems like, even though we haven't received confirmation of anything with this one, certainly seems, likely. Given the track, too, it's on its own. It's following this track along the Virginia border. I've seen some of these cells do this before. And typically they do produce a tornado in that kind of setup.
And guys, often you all talk about the hook in the pattern of severe weather, and if you see the hook, then that could be potentially more dangerous, right?
I mean, it certainly adds confirmation. There's a lot of things on radar, individually, they don't necessarily mean that there's a tornado, but if you have, 3 or 4 different factors, a hook, and you've got rotation, and you're seeing maybe debris on the signature, then that's all, starts to say, okay, it's very likely. It adds to the likelihood. Tornado warning doesn't necessarily mean that there is an actual tornado. But on a day like today, quite honestly, more than likely it does.
And it wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, in this kind of setup, summertime, when there's not as much wind shear, you'll get a lot of tornado warnings, and it may or may not be on the an actual tornado. But today, with all the wind energy available, it's a good safe bet that most of these signatures are producing at least a tornado at certain points in its life span.
And that storm, too, is getting a lot of what we call inflow, too. It's the southernmost storm out of this entire cluster of storms. So it's getting all the inflow, all the moisture, and all the instability it needs from the south. And, man, we got a lot of areas of rotation with that that cell you're looking at there, Doug, that's moving through the Scioto River Valley right now.
Yeah, a lot of rotations. You see this line right here. So these are not individual cells, but within this line, and this could continue here for the remainder of the evening as this line, because what's going to happen is this whole line is going to be kind of tracking kind of up into the northeast. And, so all this is going to fill in. And we're all eventually going to see, we've had a little bit of a break, Huntington, Charleston area, but we're going to see a lot of this activity filling back in. And so some of these little individual notches and things can produce tornadoes. So we are under a tornado watch. That's changed since we were last on the air for our newscast. Most everybody here, including Charleston, Huntington, are under a tornado watch until 2 in the morning. So this is going to go on for, at least the potential 4 to 6 hours until the cold front crosses through here, and that's not going to happen until late tonight. It is possible that there could be, some spin-ups here, even well after sunset. Sun is setting now, but we could be dealing with that here well into the night.
And we have over 100,000 people without power right now. That's actually why we have our Facebook Live going as well, because many folks can't get us at home right now. The power's out, and we're talking to our Facebook Live friends as well that are watching us via Facebook right now, because again, there is a lot of power outages. So here's the thing, with many without power, you still have to have a way to receive these alerts. The severe threat is not over. If you know anyone that can't be reached, and you have power, you have cell service, I would invite them to your home. I would invite friends, family, neighbors. I would invite them into your home. We've got a photojournalist named Brad Rice that works here. You guys know him. He does incredible stories. Me and my girlfriend are without power right now, and he just invited us to his house because he's got
great.
power.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just it's all about neighbors helping neighbors when it comes down to situations like this. And again, looking at that line of storms back to our west, this is serious. You need to definitely pay attention to this for sure, because again, if we see warnings overnight, first off, anytime you have nighttime tornadoes, it's definitely not a situation that we like to see. I mean, that is extremely dangerous because it's hard to see at night, first off. But second off, if you don't have any power, you can't even get that alert that we say are life-saving. Again, that's a very important thing to be able to get. So again, if you can text your friends, your family, your neighbors, whatever you can do to try and make sure those folks that are without power can get to shelter. That would be really, really
and also
helpful.
just to continue to follow us on social media in case the power does go out where they live.
Yeah, and I mean, even a sub-severe storm tonight could still knock out power. Some of them will have lightning, some gusts, some more rain. So, people that didn't lose power today or got it back, could certainly lose it again tonight. Because we're not out of the woods yet with this, with this whole setup. And even if it's not a tornado, certainly some more bumpy weather is coming in tonight. Now, is it going to be like it was this morning? I don't think so. Not widespread like that, certainly. But, we are seeing pockets still where this front is capable of producing these spin-ups right now. And so we're seeing this whole line. You can see this all starting to fill in ahead of the actual cold front. The front's still it's back in here, and it's draw the front. So it's got a ways to go. That thing is not really going to cross through here until about 3, 4, 5 in the morning. So we got to wait for that thing to get through here. And so all of this stuff out ahead of it. Still a lot of wind energy. It helps now that the sun is setting some, but there's just so much wind energy. The Storm Prediction Center is concerned that, some of these embedded cells can still tap into that and produce these, tornadoes.
Not to mention all the low-level moisture we have, too. I mean, there's just so many ingredients helping drive this tonight. Do want to switch over to weather, too, really quickly, if we could, please. Just wanted to show, again, what you can do during these power outages right now. First off, I want to make sure you have some battery-powered flashlights just close and nearby. I want to keep the fridge and the freezer closed to trap in cold air. I've done this before. I've been without power for 2 days, kept the fridge closed. All that food was still fresh in the fridge and the freezer after 2 days. You want to keep your generator dry. You also want to use your generator in an open area too. Again, if you use it in an open area that can keep you from starting a fire. And again, we just mentioned this, Doug, communicate with family and friends. During severe weather events like this is what it's all about. You want to make sure you're communicating with your family and friends, especially ones that don't have power right now. Again, want to make sure you're continuing to communicate with them, not only now, but throughout the night until this weather gets out of here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this cell, just outside of Pike County in Kentucky near Jenkins right now. It's gotten smaller. And honestly, just looking at the latest velocity, it does not look as impressive as it did. In fact, I can't see any. It's kind of disappeared.
I've kind of noticed that rotation is kind of
so hopefully, you can't, 1 or 2 scans. We need to see a more of like a 5 or 10 minute trend here.
This is a tough area. A lot of terrain in this area.
It's also tough. So we don't know. It's kind of riding the ridge line right there along the Virginia border.
So the radar beam might be having a hard time picking up on where that rotation might be.
So that sounds like a warning. That's a thunderstorm warning bell. That might be for Scioto County. So we still have, general thunderstorm warnings from Vanceburg, Portsmouth, Valley. And that tornado warning is still hanging just west over Adams County right now. We're not seeing...
I'm not seeing where that, what update that was. Obviously, we heard our thing go off there, but not seeing an update from the Wilmington, Ohio National Weather Service office or anything from Charleston. We'll continue to keep you updated on that. I think they might have updated that severe thunderstorm warning. It's up over Scioto County and also northern Lewis County, Kentucky. That includes Vanceburg and Portsmouth and Lucasville over towards Ohio.
Yeah, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is in effect until 8:45. It's moving east 60 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
They've also mentioned, again, there's a tornado possible out of this, too, because that line we've seen where there's so many areas of rotation. So I want to treat this, I'd say, as a tornado warning over in Scioto County, northern Lewis County, Kentucky. But even then, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you still want to make sure you're seeking shelter for sure.
Yeah, and you can see this, the southern part of this line is bowing from around Concord in northern Lewis County on up to just east of Weston Union. You can kind of see this kind of bow-shaped.
And that's not a good sign.
No, it usually means a punch of wind. So it's straight line winds more so than a tornado in that kind of setup. But, you know, that's what a lot of us had today. And those were obviously extremely damaging. Now, are these 90 miles an hour? Maybe not. I don't think that we're not seeing the kind of velocities that we were this morning. We were picking up on, you know, 80, 90 mile an hour winds, and those were reaching the ground. I'm seeing, 40, 50, and there could certainly be some pockets, maybe 60.
It did just inspire that tornado warning that was issued for Adams County, Ohio.
Okay, all right. So
that's kind of a good sign there.
That is a good sign. It's interesting because there's, well, yeah, as it's crossed into, the signature is over Reardon right now. It does not look as impressive. So it looks like maybe that, that has weakened. But again, you got this punch of wind right there between Cedar Mills and Tulip in Adams County. So we're going to keep an eye on that as that heads its way towards Adams or Scioto County. And then again, down here, boy, this is real small.
Yeah, it's hard down there. And again, that is right where that ridge line is. And
yeah, but there is still a notch signature. Yeah. It's just real small. So, again, Dorton to Hilton, that's still an area here where I'd, be seeking shelter and just riding this out here as this thing kind of lifts its way up to the north and east, and hopefully, hopefully this thing is weakening. It's definitely shrinking. Okay, so what did we just get here?
Yeah, I believe they've actually trimmed that tornado warning outside of Pike County, Kentucky now. I believe they've made it just a little smaller, so I believe they've trimmed it down a bit to where it doesn't include Pike County, Kentucky anymore.
I don't know whether I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Normally we see the warning trimmed further east, where as the storm moves east.
Yeah, or they just kind of drop they're keeping it up for Jenkins area, but I guess they're deciding it's not. I guess they feel like it is weakening.
Yeah.
And they're not going. They're not going to carry it into southwestern Pike County. So that would, that's a great sign.
We did just get a tornado warning issued for Scioto
northern
County,
County.
Yeah,
so okay. I was going to say maybe we were just out of the woods, but no, we're not.
Yeah, so tornado warning for northern Scioto County. This includes Lucasville, Otway, and Reardon. Exactly where you were just talking about that rotation. We mentioned how that tornado warning was dropped for Adams County, Ohio, but we still saw that rotation moving right over downtown Reardon. So there's that tornado warning there. Includes Route 23 up towards Valley, Ohio, Reardon, Ohio. Again, this is northern Scioto County. That tornado warning issued until 8:45 this evening. So if you live in northern Scioto County, Reardon, Valley, Ohio, right along Route 23 there in the northern half of Scioto County, including Otway, you want to make sure you're seeking shelter, getting to that interior room, that lowest level of your home, that basement as well. Here's a look at the velocity scans, and I will say, not seeing a whole lot of rotation.
No, it looks more like a straight line wind.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks more like straight line.
And that's what happens with these things. They'll change their whole structure very quickly here. We're not seeing, and you'll see that with a line. What we were seeing earlier this evening out near St. Louis or Louisville and Cincinnati were individual cell, supercell thunderstorms, and those are the ones that can sustain themselves for 30 minutes, hour, 2 hours. You start getting tornadoes out of a line like this. They'll tend to be kind of there's one there, and then 5 minutes later, it's gone. It's
gone, yeah.
And that's what we saw, I think, along this line, that came through this morning. We've had one confirmed tornado in Boyd County. I'm sure there were many others. The National Weather Service is going to have to go out, and they're going to have to look at the damage. And there was probably some damage that was straight line winds, some damage that was tornadic. But it was probably very pulsy along that entire line.
Yeah, and this is why, anytime, and a lot of folks you hear severe thunderstorm warning, you're like, okay, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. But a lot of folks take tornado warnings more seriously because, you hear tornado warning, you just think, okay, seek shelter. But this is why during a severe thunderstorm warning, you still want to seek shelter.
Yes.
You still want to get to the lowest level of your home, the interior room, because those gusty winds can create just as much damage sometimes as a tornado can. And we see that around here a lot. Most of our damage doesn't come from tornadoes. It comes from damaging straight line wind gusts. I mean, we saw numerous steel signs.
Yeah, and that was not all tornadic. That was
winds.
Probably most of that damage was straight line winds or downburst as opposed to actual tornadoes. But yeah, I mean, going into tonight with this threat. Now, what's interesting, it's kind of the fringe. So you got, the northern southern end of this thing. So there's the southern end, and there's kind of the northern end. My feeling is that the tornadic development or the tornado warnings are probably going to be on the northern end or the far southern end.
That's kind of what we're seeing now.
Would kind of mean that, in the middle, this is an area that's been worked over. And right now, it doesn't look like a whole lot of, this is mostly just generic rain with some thunder embedded in it. So, probably the far southern coal fields and southeast Ohio would be the two places we're kind of, most concerned about, even though I know a lot of us are under a tornado watch through 2 a.m. Those are kind of the two areas that at least have my attention for right now as being maybe a little bit more likely to see a spin up at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Doug. And I will say those spots that are seeing rain, over towards eastern Kentucky, the tri-state area, watch out for maybe some localized high water tonight too. They've seen so much rain today, just numerous downpours. Although they, after that first line of severe storms moved through, they haven't really seen severe weather, but still a lot of rain moving through there. So watch out for some localized high water issues for sure.
Yeah, we do have a flood watch in effect through tomorrow morning. So that is in effect pretty much area wide. So, the possibility is there certainly for some localized high water. We've seen the streams and creeks get pushed up quite a bit here by the rain. There has been lulls, which helps. It hasn't been continuous, but certainly something with more rain coming in overnight that we'll be watching out for.
Yeah, and that update was just, they have just continued that tornado watch. The Wilmington, Ohio office canceled the tornado watch for a lot of their counties. They trimmed it back a little bit, but it still includes Scioto County in Ohio and also Lewis County,
so
Kentucky.
That's good. Maybe that means that this gets canceled eventually, maybe a little earlier than 2.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see. The heavy weather has kind of cleared. It's pretty much cleared the Cincinnati area here right now. So now it's kind of pressing into our neck of the woods, and especially, southeastern Ohio, that line right there has our attention. And then, just kind of the far southern end, this cell, again, looks like it has weekend crossing into southwestern Pike County. Keep an eye on things.
That would be,
I think that's a flood advisory.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I think it's a flood advisory. We have different sounds for different warnings, so we kind of know what's coming just by sound.
So we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Elliott County, Kentucky. That runs until 8:30. So actually it was just issued, but it says it runs until 8:30. It's only an 8-minute warning, so it must have been just adjusted. It must have been. It's right on the edge.
Oh, it was really for Rowan County and Moorhead.
So obviously we're getting a lot of updates here, so just kind of bear with us here as we try to digest all this new information we're getting from the National Weather Service. Obviously working really hard alongside them. So that update you just heard, that little chime, that is a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been updated for Lewis County, Kentucky, Pike County, Ohio, and also as you're heading up through Scioto County, Ohio. So it looks like they're just adjusting that severe thunderstorm warning language. Obviously, we still have that tornado warning up there, too, across the northern half of Scioto County, which, again, has turned to more of a straight-line wind threat.
It looks more like a straight-line wind threat and kind of heading up more into Pike County, Ohio. Kind of moving it past Camp Creek, heading towards Route 23. So, right here, Big Bear Creek, Wakefield, that area, Shyville. It looks like some pretty strong winds. Let's see what kind of winds we're getting. Yeah, 60. Yeah, we're getting 62 some pretty high wind gusts within that line right there. So that's definitely nasty. Maybe not seeing a lot of rotation per se with that, but I'm going to switch it over to another. Yeah, it definitely looks kind of more like a straight line wind setup at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Doug. Just trying to get in some new information, trying to make sure we're getting all the warnings out there. Yeah, so right now it looks like the only warnings we have active in our viewing area is just up towards the Scioto River Valley. So obviously the ones we just talked about there.
Oh,
there's
well, we just got a new one.
Severe thunderstorm warning there. That's Elliott County up towards Green up there.
That's until 9 o'clock. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. So that is being prompted by some of these cells here. So, yeah.
And a little bit of rotation there over towards Route 60, just south of Upper Tigert.
Yeah, and there's some strong velocities coming out of that setup right there.
And so again, just, it goes to show, even though there's a severe thunderstorm warning, there's a lot of rotation right there heading up towards Upper Tigert. So again, you want to treat all these severe thunderstorm warnings right now as a tornado warning. You just want to seek shelter. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to seek shelter. Go to that basement, the lowest level of your home, the bathroom. Get some, like I said, a pillow or something to cover your head up with, just in case of falling debris. Because again, these storms they're not playing around. I mean, this is not near as widespread as we had earlier, but still the same threats. I mean, still producing some gusty winds, at least up to 60 miles per hour, if not higher. So that's definitely something you want to pay attention to. Right now, though, this is moving through northeastern Kentucky. The Scioto River Valley right now being impacted by the worst weather at the moment. If you head over towards Huntington, it's just more of a stratiform rain. Some heavy rain, a lot of lightning with that. But we'll continue to watch that. I mean, that's going to scoot just northwest of Huntington, some of those severe gusts heading up towards Lawrence County, Ohio, and also Cabell County. So definitely something to pay attention to if you live in the tri-state.
I'm just looking at kind of switching over different radars here. So that would be, that's the Jackson one. Let me see.
Charleston National Weather Service is saying that, a tornado is possible with that new severe thunderstorm warning for Elliott County. So again, that just goes to show that with that rotation we were seeing, they're seeing that same thing in regards to that possible tornado there.
Yeah, it was showing up a little bit there, maybe a little bit more prominently than maybe in the last few scans. Not quite as prominent there, but
yeah, they've definitely been up and down. That rotation, it'll pop, like you said, it pops up for maybe like 5 minutes or so, then weakens.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean the threat's over. I mean, we just saw that in northern Scioto County where we saw the rotation a little tight as it was moving through northwestern Scioto County, and now it's just turned into damaging straight line wind gusts.
Yeah.
So regardless, again, you still don't want to let your guard down. You still want to make sure you're taking shelter if you're under any warning right now.
So that's what we're looking at. So again, that Pike County tornado warning has expired. They've got one little triangle there that's across the border into Virginia.
And I believe that's two National Weather Service offices there that are just kind of, issuing. They both communicate with each other, but you've got one that's issuing it just across the state line, and then you have another office that might not issue it. This is kind of where that's coming from there. But that storm really looks like it's weakening, Doug, down towards southeastern Kentucky or towards Pike County.
That's good to know.
Even the reflectivity with that cell is just kind of going out a little bit, meaning the rain, the heaviest rain starting to go away.
Yeah.
Guys, one of our viewers on social media asked if this severe weather is going to head back to the Charleston area, the Kanawha Valley.
I mean, we're going to get some storms, or at least some heavier rain, yes. I think that the severe threat at this point is kind of, or at least the tornado threat is probably more likely, if it's going to occur, it's more likely in those counties kind of adjoining the Ohio River.
Okay.
Because I think by the time this line, all this is going to, we're going to get kind of Charleston, Kanawha Valley area, going to get more of this kind of stuff. And right now, this looks more or less like general rain, some thunder. Could be some gusty winds, especially when the front, crosses. We could still get some bumpy weather. Not like we did, I don't think, this morning. But I think the greater rotation threat, at least for right now, is tending to be along and west of the Ohio River. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So let's see. We just got something. Is that just the up? Oh, I think they trimmed the Scioto County tornado warning. So Raritan's out of that. That's moved on. Bear Creek to Perry Addition are still in that.
And that runs.
And again, at least for what.
It's just the biggest winds and also the rotation with this is just moving outside of Scioto County.
Yeah, it's more like
towards
Pike County, which is also under that warning. Southeastern Pike County there.
But I mean, heads up though, Jackson County, Ohio. I mean, this is headed right towards you. So if you live in Jackson County, Ohio, that part of the storm, it's getting ready to move right into Jackson County. So if you live anywhere in Jackson County, prefer more so towards the central and southern portions of Jackson County, definitely heads up. Even northern portions, I should say, because that is kind of getting ready to move into Wellston too.
Kind of go up in that zone right there. So that would kind of be up around Glade, Big Rock, Cole, Leo, places like that. There's some lightning on that. And Huntington, we're looking at the rain's going to start picking up again here. We're getting some rain now. It's going to start picking up. Charleston's about to start seeing some rain falling again. So that's what we're kind of watching here. I'm assuming, is that, that just went green. That might be the flood watch again.
Just trimming the flood watch up a little bit. It looks like you're just kind of editing the flood watch in some areas.
Yeah.
It's more towards the Wilmington office. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not much of a change to anything else. We would pull up some cameras for you over towards Huntington, but obviously we can't do that. A lot of the cameras,
a lot of the West Virginia 511 cameras were knocked out earlier today from those storms.
A lot of cell phones are having issues.
That's what we've heard. Yeah, a lot of cell phones. A lot of people are having difficulty. Unfortunately, we remember the Duratio in 2012. It took a long time to get everybody back online. Now, there's some factors that made it difficult for crews to get. A lot of the substations were damaged and hard to reach regions. This is probably more, I would guess, maybe a little easier for restoration. But when you're talking about 120,000 people, that's going to take some time. I know they've said, have they put out estimated times?
They did put out some estimated times. I can pull those up for you. If we could just switch over to Weather 2 real quick. Again, this is actually came from the Appalachian Power. They released this and said that power restoration times in Boone, Logan, Mingo, and Raleigh County would likely be by the end of the day tomorrow. At least 90% of those counties would be restored by the end of the day tomorrow. And then Thursday, April 4th, so as we get into 2 days from now, Thursday, April 4th, by the end of the day on Thursday, they expect Cabell, Clay, Fayette, Greenbrier, Jackson, Kanawha, Lincoln, Mason, Nicholas, Putnam, Roane, and Wayne counties. 90% of those counties should be restored then. So obviously, they've got a lot of work to do, those power crews, and that work's probably not going to start tonight because obviously we've got this line of storms moving through, some lightning, thunder. Obviously don't want to have their power crews in danger, but it just goes to show you that they are working. It's just going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And again, Dave mentioned a good point with the cell service. A lot of people without cell service. This just goes to show you why it's so important to communicate with everybody. Your family and friends want to make sure they're okay and that they have a sturdy shelter to go to.
In following this all day today, I know both of you all had your eyes buried in all this radar. Are you getting flashbacks of 2012?
Yes, but of course that was in the summer. So remember what happened after that was we had 2 weeks where temperatures were 90 to 100 degrees. It was brutal heat after that, and so it was not just the loss of power and the storms themselves and the damage. It was the fact that people couldn't get air conditioning back for 2 weeks.
It's wild. It's the complete opposite this time.
This is the opposite. It's going to get cold. Now it's not going to be like January record cold, but it's going to be at night coming up in the next few days, 30s, 20s at night. So it's going to be cold. And the weather conditions are not great for the power crews. They're kind of blustery at times, rain, snow, sleet. So it's going to be rough on them. If they can get the power back in 2 days, that would be incredible, remarkable.
And again, for people just tuning in on air or online on our Facebook page, this is a tornado warning until 2 a.m.
Tornado watch.
Watch, right?
Yes, tornado watch. That means it's possible. It means conditions are favorable. We do have a tornado warning right now for northern Scioto County. So north of Portsmouth, you're not under this. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but not under, and now nobody's under a tornado warning. Now what they did do, the National Weather Service in Charleston, which covers Jackson and Vinton counties, they're going with a severe thunderstorm warning. So it does seem like that rotation aspect of this is weakened, but this is still a strong storm. It's got some strong wind gusts right there. And then you can see, that's in Pike County right now, but that's going to go back into Jackson County. So honestly, I'll put a track on this. That's still going to be some rough stuff. Heads up in Limerick, Cole, and Wellston around, just before 9.
And I've seen some velocities of 50 to 60 mile per hour.
Yeah, so you still, this is still not, just because it doesn't have a tornado warning on it anymore, that's still a storm you want to get inside. You want to get away from windows and just, ride this out, as that's going to roll through here in the next 30 minutes or so. So we're going to continue to watch that cell. But at least for right now, that the tornado warning on that was dropped. We're going to continue to watch that, though. I just kind of want to see.
Yeah, not seeing a whole lot up there. I will say just northwest of Portsmouth, there's a small little weak area of rotation there. Definitely not near as strong as what we saw earlier that rolled through the northern half of Scioto County. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. We're going to see that with this line as it moves through, whether it's weaker areas of rotation or stronger areas of rotation, that's to be seen. And you can kind of see as you're switching the radar there, it looks like that's the Charleston radar. Is that
yes.
So that's picking up on some of the rotation well up in the atmosphere versus where Wilmington, Ohio, National.
Yeah, Wilmington's a little closer.
Yeah.
I might want to stay on this for just a bit. Keep an eye on this for just a bit. Because there is, that's getting into the kind of Charleston zone here. So
yeah.
Just going to keep an eye on it. Let me see also what they said. So tornado possible on the Jackson warning?
Yeah, from what I'd seen, still tornado possible. There's still a tornado possible tag on that warning.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, there still could be some rotation with that. There's certainly very strong winds. So again, if you're in northwestern Jackson County in Ohio, you still want to respect this storm. And probably at least go to your lowest level of your home just to be on the safe side and just be away from windows and treat it as though it could be a tornado, because it could get a little stronger. That's why I want to watch this for just a little.
And if you go back and look at the last few scans, you can see it is kind of rotating within itself. And there's a lot of what we call wind shear there, meaning the winds are really rotating with height. And over in southeastern Ohio, those folks are closer to the area of low pressure itself. So there's just going to be more wind shear in that general area, which is why the tornado risk is a bit higher as you head up towards southeastern Ohio, west of the Ohio River. So it's moving right into western, I'd say northwestern Jackson County here. It's getting ready to move right into that county. It's going to cross Route 35 and head over towards Big Rock and also towards Beyer and Wellston, those areas. Jonestown as well. So again, as you were just mentioning, Doug, definitely want to be in your safe spot, at least the lowest level of your home, away from windows there as this moves through. Because it could still produce a tornado at any point, not to mention the 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts you're going to have.
Yeah, it definitely has that Boeing signature. You can see how it's kind of bending out right there just east of Waverly City. So, definitely strong winds. That's certainly the strongest cell. I see most of this is kind of just general rain. A little lightning down south, some lightning. Huntington, you folks are probably seeing some lightning. You're probably hearing some thunder. These are tracking kind of north up through Gallipolis and Point Pleasant. Some lightning strikes with that, and then more lightning with these cells. But this is kind of the strongest part of this line is up near Cynthiana, Maysville, and
kind of curious.
Okay, well, we just got another tornado warning.
It's that rotation, that one rotation. Remember, I was just showing it. It was weak, but it is strengthening. I was just getting ready to mention that area of rotation is starting to strengthen a bit here. We've got some greens and reds coming together just northwest of Portsmouth. This is actually closer to West Portsmouth, but it's going to head more towards McDermott, Lucasville. It'll be just south of Otway. So if you live in Scioto County, you probably just got out of your safe spot. It's time to get back in your safe spot, especially if you live in McDermott, Lucasville, Rosemount, Minford, just those areas. Even West Portsmouth, you want to be in your safe spot there too. Our meteorologist Dante Ricky's actually in Portsmouth right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can text him and see what he might be seeing there.
Yeah, he's Dante, I believe, is in Portsmouth. So this is just north of downtown Portsmouth, but Rosemount, Harrison Furnace, Purdy Corners, Perry Addition, Rush, Lombardsville, all under this warning, and this warning goes until 9:15. So 9:15 on that cell, and again, it's because of that rotation that we saw here. Brandon was pointing out right to the southwest of Lombardsville. So right in here, where that green and the red. So you've got the inbound and the outbound winds from the radar site. And this is coming off of Wilmington's radar. You can see the beam just kind of go by there. It's centered up in Wilmington, Ohio. So the red is winds blowing away from the radar, blowing southeast. And then the green is kind of blowing northwest. So you have two competing wind flows here. So one's going like this, and one's going like that. And so you're getting this kind of rotating factor here.
And actually, we've got meteorologist Dante Ricky on the phone now. Dante is actually in Portsmouth right now. Dante, are those tornado sirens I hear going off in the background there?
That's right, Brandon. Yes, I'm in Portsmouth, Ohio, in Scioto County, and it is starting to rain a little bit, but there's now a tornado warning just north of the city. The tornado sirens are active at this point in time, and this is really an important time for you to head indoors, head to the basement if you have it, and if you can, get down there, cover your head with your hands or a piece of furniture, as there is some strong rotation indicated just to the northwest of Portsmouth at this point in time. But the sirens are activated here, and we are awaiting the arrival of this very severe thunderstorm.
And Dante, are you at downtown Portsmouth, more closer to that area?
I am in downtown right now. Not too far away though from some of the highways.
What are you seeing right now in regards to the precipitation there and the winds?
There's a lot of lightning to the north and west. The rain is coming down a little bit more moderately, but you always have to remember that the risk for tornado is usually in the part of the storm that doesn't see the heaviest rainfall. And we are to the southern edge of this supercell thunderstorm at this point in time. So we are watching for this to become more intense here within the next half an hour.
Okay, Dante, we'll be checking back in with you here in just a little bit. Thank you so much. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Doug.
Again, that was meteorologist Dante Ricky live in downtown Portsmouth. And man, you hear that tornado siren just going off, and I mean, it's definitely eerie, especially in the middle of the night. I mean, 8:42 here at night, and you're hearing that tornado siren going off. It's good that they have that going off, waking folks up and letting people know what's going on. But obviously, that tornado warning, that's just that. Now, the tornado possible part of the storm is just northwest of Portsmouth. So where the thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado, it's not going to hit Portsmouth itself. It's going to be northwest towards some of the smaller communities.
Yeah, it's kind of going up more to the north. In fact, it might even just skirt Rosemount just to the north. It's going to be a close call for Rosemount. But yeah, it looks like Rush. It's going to be very close to Rush. And it does look like this is going to cross over Route 23 here. So again, what we're focusing in on is the circulation right in here. And we can kind of get a little closer to that and see. So that's that would be Point Creek, Bear Creek Road. Got Cave Lick Road, Swords Road, Tampa Vale Road.
Eyewitness News starts right now with severe weather.
And good evening. Here is a time-lapse video from the storm earlier today. However, we're not out of the woods yet. We have tornado watches across the region.
And that.
Hey guys, if you can hear me, we have Lincoln County 901. We're putting the calls in for documentation, and then we're going to call Lincoln County and give them the call.
And that was a scene in the Metro 911 dispatch center as operators fielded calls from all over the area, including people trapped in a house, building collapses, and down trees with injuries and other calls. According to John Rutherford, during the period of the storm, they took about 2,500 calls. Now let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Doug Harlow. Doug?
Yeah, just a remarkable day. I mean, the worst of the weather for most of us came this morning. And we were talking about that yesterday. You know, we were going to have some morning storms, some midday storms. How was that going to impact the later activity? Was it going to rob it of some of its energy? Well, it did. The problem is it took all that energy and it became the main event itself. And it produced some incredible wind gusts. I mean, not only is it unprecedented to see these gusts anyway, 92 miles an hour at Tri-State Airport. Boyd County had an unofficial gust over 100 miles an hour. Those gusts occurred at 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. That never happens. Yeager Airport gusting to 60 miles an hour in the morning. And so no surprise that we had all that damage. I mean, those are wind gusts that are comparable and actually even worse than the 2012 Duratio. The good news is right now we have no active warnings. We did have some tornado warnings earlier this evening with a few cells that were showing some rotation. We still have a tornado watch until 2 a.m. for central West Virginia back through northeastern Kentucky. That just means it's possible. But that's getting less and less likely as we head through the night and we're losing the instability out there. There's still some wind energy, though, so we're going to watch it. We're also watching streams and creeks. Flood watch still in effect. We've had some heavy rain, especially along and west of the Ohio River. You're going to see that with Dante Ricky here in just a bit. Right now, we've got some showers crossing Huntington, Charleston, but the heavier stuff is up along and west of the Ohio River. We've had some lightning and thunder. The lightning's diminishing here, but it's still raining pretty hard. So I suspect some of those low-lying roads near the Ohio River, Gallia, Meigs County, places like that, probably going to be closed tomorrow morning, or at least have some restrictions, so a heads up there. We'll continue to track some of those downpours east across central West Virginia overnight with the cold front. The front will come through around 3, 4 in the morning, so still some downpours possible. I think they're gone by dawn. We'll have some leftover showers, though. Some of us may start in the 50s, but I actually think we're going to cool down into the 40s by midday, if not earlier. We'll get a little sun out, but only get back up to about 50 or so it's much cooler. And we might track a few small thunderstorms tomorrow that could produce some pea-sized hail. Not severe, but it's leading the way to a much colder forecast for the rest of the week. Right now, we want to head out to Portsmouth, Scioto County, which was under a tornado warning in the northern half of the county earlier this evening. That's where meteorologist Dante Ricky was keeping an eye on things. And what did you see out there, Dante?
Yeah, Doug, that was some tense time there before 9 o'clock with the tornado sirens going off here in Portsmouth, Ohio. But we've kind of changed environments, per se. Things have continued to become very soggy. And we go from that very sticky condition early in the evening to a cold, breezy wind that's now coming through. And from time to time, we get these periods of heavy downpour, which can provide a good amount of rainfall in just a short period of time. And the wind blowing is making it feel about 15 to 20 degrees colder than it actually was outside. We're dealing with this very sluggishly moving cold front, which is making its way eastward. But come to think of it, another rush of rain and wind is still a good possibility in Huntington and then in Charleston as we head later on tonight. So it's very damp, very soggy. If you don't have anywhere you have to be, no reason to drive, because if you do get another good inch or two of rain, especially here in southeast Ohio, the Scioto River Valley, much of the Scioto River currently under a flood warning for being at or above flood stage. And this is a problem that's going to continue even as we head later on into the week. Wednesday, maybe even Thursday, some of the creeks and streams that branch off of it could be at an elevated state. And now that it's nighttime, it's a very, very important thing that if you do encounter a flooded roadway, if you are indeed driving, turn around, don't try to find an alternate way home. or tried to find an alternate way home. But what I'm really trying to tell you here is it only takes a little bit of water to cause a big problem. In particular, if you can't see it, it can be even more dangerous. So don't drive tonight. It's your best bet just to kind of stay put and wait until Wednesday to take care of what you have to do around here. Reporting in Scioto County, Ohio meteorologist Dante Ricky for Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Dante. And the southeastern part of Ohio was hit hard earlier today as well. This was the damage done to the Proctorville Volunteer Fire Department. Firefighters tell us around 11:30 they heard crashing, and the next thing they knew, part of the roof was picked up by the wind and thrown. They say they've 3 trucks that were trapped under the wreckage, and they believe the building is still mostly structurally sound. This is how the assistant chief described the storm.
They was in the office area. They heard crashing. They self, and they had 2 of their children here with them, shoved them in the bathroom. Rode the storm out. It virtually picked the roof off our back bay and set it on one of our members' garage and house. For us in this part of the county, this is one of the worst that I've seen other than high water.
They say they've been able to contact their neighboring stations to help out on all calls, while the Proctor FV service they can respond to some things. They're looking into alternative solutions until they get the building repaired.
Also, another hit in Lawrence County, Ohio. The Fairland West Elementary School is what we're talking about. Check this out. Had part of its roof torn off during that morning storm. Thankfully, students were on spring break, so nobody was in the building at the time, and no injuries to report for anybody who lived around there. Now, the superintendent of schools tells us they will not be open anytime in the near future, and they're currently working on a plan to move the students to other buildings. Students are not to report to school on Monday. Also, just around 8 o'clock, Fayette and Nicholas counties are under a tornado warning. The National Weather Service says that they believe there could have been a tornado right there on the ground.
Paige Taylor is in Hico, where the damage is clear even tonight. And Paige, what is the situation like out there?
Dave and Gina, just pulling into Hico, you can immediately see the severe damage, everything from down fences to severely damaged houses. And like you can see behind me, this gas station sustained severe damage as well. You can see this metal dangling from above and also large pieces of debris on the ground. Also, a garbage can is turned over to my left here. Just really a crazy scene here. And the Fayette County Sheriff tells us 2 people did sustain minor injuries. We don't know the extent of those injuries at this time, but thankfully those are really the first injuries we're hearing of today, which is pretty remarkable given the extensive damage across our entire viewing area with these storms today. But I do want to tell you, if you're driving in this area down Route 60 in the Lookout area of Hico, you're going to want to be very careful because it's very dark here and there is still debris along the roads, and it's still very windy here, so large pieces of debris could easily roll into the road. So you're going to want to be very cautious, but a very heartbreaking scene with this extensive damage. In Fayette County, Paige Taylor, Eyewitness News.
Paige, thank you. And speaking of the storm in Nicholas and Fayette County, the Irish Corner one-room school from the late 1800s in Nicholas was damaged pretty severely during today's storm.
Yeah, Commissioner Garrett Cole sent us these photos and said as of right now, it's unknown if the building can be saved. It's a scene that takes your breath away when you see it. Look at this. Giant billboard that usually towers above the Genos and Tudors is now right there on Fairlawn Avenue in Dunbar. Look at that. This car crushed. Luckily, nobody got hurt. In fact, the owner of this car, Ronnie Howard, had just stepped out before that billboard came crashing down. He works at the Genos Tudors right there and had just finished up his break, stepped inside, and the storm came. He said the storm itself was so loud they could hear debris hitting the building while they were taking shelter inside. Also taking his coworkers. Then his coworkers came in and told him the billboard had fallen on his car. Luckily, nobody got hurt, but it's still a giant mess, as you can see. Has Fairlawn shut down and likely will be for the next few days.
Look at that. It's a 10-10. No repair can fix that. It's total gone.
We're just glad he's okay. And, this was also a chaotic time for first responders. Just to give you an idea there in Dunbar, around the time that this happened, the tractor trailer overturned on I-64, which they also responded to, along with several other crashes and a lot of damage.
In Milton, the front of a home was ripped off after strong wind sent a giant billboard tumbling to the ground. This all happened in the Malcolm Springs subdivision. The storm also caused early dismissals at schools in Campbell County, which had some parents scrambling to get their kids.
Didn't even realize it until my wife walked to the front of the house, looked out our front living room window, and of course saw this, and didn't even hear that. No, it had to have make a lot of noise, but we didn't hear it. That's how powerful the wind was and how much it was roaring.
Campbell County Schools has also canceled all evening activities.
Well, we have to go to break real quickly, but when we come back, we're going to take a look at the damage to the capital city from today's storms.
It's a day bringing back memories of the Duratio from several years ago, but cleanup is only just beginning in Charleston.
And tonight, as Daniel Burbank tells us, storms left a path of destruction early this morning. Take a look.
Mother Nature sparing nothing as it came through Kanawha County earlier today. Neighbors describing it like a bomb went off. All tornado sirens activating throughout Kanawha County. Heavy rain and winds.
Oh my God!
Knocking down trees and power to tens of thousands. As the first round of storms made its way through the capital city this morning, Eyewitness News taking shelter live on air.
Might want to go in here. Shelter, shelter, shelter now.
Back here, guys. Hey guys, come here.
Trees ripping power lines and traffic lights apart along Kanawha Boulevard. In downtown Charleston, bricks falling to the street below. Luckily, no one was hurt. Every school in Kanawha County, including Piedmont Elementary, taking shelter. Teachers say this is a perfect example for kids to understand the importance of taking tornado warnings seriously.
I think it lets the kids know these situations are real and they can happen, and this is why we have the drills and the practices that we do have.
Along Garrison Avenue, a billboard collapsing onto a store the owner was hoping to open soon. Jordan Stone says her house is spared, but she's never watched a storm create this much damage.
It's hard to walk up there to see it destroyed, and my home's just sitting there.
Some could be in the dark for days as storm cleanup continues. In Charleston, Daniel Burbank, Eyewitness News.
Well, I was talking about this damage comparable to the Duratio in 2012. This almost certainly was a Duratio. You need 240 miles long of a storm line that produces frequent gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher, translated to damage. And yeah, I mean, this line started back west of Lexington early this morning, crossed through our area, made it all the way into western Virginia before it fizzled out. That was 335 miles. Now, this was a narrower line than the 2012 storm, but it was more intense for those that were in the worst of this. We did not have a 92-mile-an-hour gust in the Duratio of 2012. Gusts were generally 60, 80. Now, of course, trees were fully leafed out. I think there were probably more trees fully uprooted in the Duratio, but there was more structural damage with this one. Hopefully, we can get people back online a lot quicker than we did with that storm. Of course, that one was followed by 100-degree heat. This is going to be followed by much colder weather because this storm system dragging a cold front through here overnight tonight. The severe weather threat will diminish, but so will our temps. And we're going to have gusty rain showers, probably a few thunder showers still that can produce small hail pellets. Maybe not severe, but might experience some of those late tomorrow and again on Thursday. And in the mountains, yes, there will be some snow. Even the valleys will likely see some snowflakes at times between tomorrow night and Friday. Not going to amount to much, but wow, what a change. And it's because of that change we had the severe weather threat. And we're still not completely out of the woods. Now, we still have a tornado watch for central West Virginia. Right now, a lot of this stuff up north, just some heavy rain and just some lighter showers, Charleston to Huntington right now. If anything, I'm more concerned about some localized high water. Meigs County, Gallia County, some of those low-lying roads in particular, Mason County. We'll keep an eye on that here for tomorrow morning's commute. And there's some more of this activity extending on down to the south. But none of this is severe currently. There's still a bit of wind energy, so we'll watch it overnight. I'm going to stay here late until meteorologist Brandon Stover comes in just to keep an eye on this stuff. But I think that the threat is pretty small. Now, you can still get a downpour, maybe a gust of wind overnight. The cold front's going to cross here about 3, 4 in the morning. We'll have some leftover lighter showers at dawn. I think the heavy stuff's gone. If it's in the 50s when you wake up, dress for 40s. It'll probably already be in the 40s in the tri-state for the morning commute. The rest of us will see temps fall as the morning goes on. So we'll probably end up 45 to 50 at midday through the afternoon. Little sun, but that will then fuel some scattered showers, maybe a thunder shower. Now, this isn't severe, but it could produce some small hail with another front coming through tomorrow evening. And behind that, we fall into the 30s Thursday morning. We got rain, sleet showers in the valleys, snow in the West Virginia mountains, and it will continue to snow in the high spots with the rest of us just kind of these gusty showers, maybe another thunder shower Thursday. Even 45 Thursday is probably generous. It's blustery. It's just going to be kind of nasty here for the rest of the week. And yes, Snowshoe Canaan Valley are looking at easily over a half foot of snow through Friday. Lower spots, Fayetteville, Beckley might get an inch or two on the grass. And for the rest of us, I think we'll see some flakes at times. Most of it will melt, but you might get a little dusting in some spots if it comes down hard enough, especially Thursday night into early on Friday. So much cooler weather ahead. In fact, we're warmer right now than we're probably going to be for another 7 or 8 days. It's 50s tomorrow, barely cracking 40 Thursday and 40s Friday. The weekend sees more sun as this system finally pulls away. We'll dry out, but it's chilly. Overnight lows in the 20s, so we'd like to get everybody get their power back for heating purposes. Early next week looks decent, though, 60s, and hopefully we get a good view of the solar eclipse Monday.
All right, thank you, Doug. Well, coming up, we take a step back from weather and move to Spotlight on America, who continues their coverage of the Paragard IUDs after one federal agency failed to follow up on concerns. We'll talk about who's accountable for thousands of victims' damages on the other side of the break. For more than 3 years, Spotlight on America investigated serious complications from a popular IUD, with thousands of reports of breaking while inside a woman's body.
Now, the FDA inspected the plant where the IUDs are made and issued a critical report. But as Angie Moreski tells us, the agency still hasn't taken much action after several complaints.
Jennifer Davis went through a terrible health scare last year with her Paragard IUD that ended with a hysterectomy.
These pictures are the actual device broken in my uterus.
After 2 separate unsuccessful attempts to remove the IUD at her doctor's office, she required surgery to get it out.
When they removed the IUD, it was broken in 3 tan white plastic fragments.
3 pieces.
3 pieces.
More than a dozen women have shared similar stories with Spotlight on America about Paragard breakage and serious complications. Our latest check of the FDA's adverse event reporting system showed in 2023 there were more than 1,200 reports of breakage, the most in a year since tracking began, with a total of more than 6,000 complaints, 80% deemed serious cases. As Spotlight first reported, a 2022 analysis of all IUDs showed nearly double the breakage reports for Paragard compared to other IUDs. Paragard's current warning label that doctors receive does acknowledge the possibility of breakage, saying Paragard can break and breakage can make removal difficult.
Anybody ever tell you about the breakage risk?
No.
No one?
Nobody.
Our team requested 2 years' worth of documents from the FDA about Paragard to see what the government has done to address the IUD's elevated risk for breakage and the danger it could pose to women. We discovered 1 year after we started asking questions, the FDA inspected Paragard's Buffalo manufacturing facility and issued this critical report. It faults the company for not adequately investigating breakage complaints and failing to implement adequate corrective action and preventive plans. Despite that critical report, for at least 2 years, the FDA took no public action against Paragard manufacturer Cooper Surgical, and it is unclear if the company even responded. We followed up with multiple Freedom of Information requests to the FDA to try and get some answers. The agency told us the company did not file a response to the inspection, and there is no requirement for them to respond. We repeatedly tried to contact Cooper Surgical for comment, but no one responded.
Why did you decide to speak with us about this?
Just to help somebody else to know that this could happen to them.
Over the past 3 years, the FDA has repeatedly denied our interview requests to talk about concerns over Paragard. Despite that, we keep pushing to get more information and just learned after 2 years of no documented action, the FDA did another inspection at the Paragard plant in February of this year. We have asked for that report and will follow up with the findings. For Spotlight on America, I'm Angie Moreski.
The storms today damaged our area, leaving tens of thousands of people still without power. After the break, more areas that got some of the worst damage today. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, before it hit the Kanawha Valley, that storm left its mark in eastern Kentucky.
Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency through the Commonwealth as more severe weather was expected.
Yeah, damage reports in 19 counties, including many right here in our region. Well, tonight, Gil McClanahan shows us some of the hardest hit areas in Boyd County.
I'm here in the Ironville community of Boyd County, Kentucky. As you can see behind me, this area is where the storm left a path of destruction.
I've been in emergency service here on the fire department for 30 years, and this is the worst I've seen in our district area.
The storm uprooted trees, leaving a trail of branches and debris. The storm ripped this home in half while damaging several mobile homes in the area. Matt Barnett says the storm knocked his mobile home off its foundation.
We was all in the house like everything. I heard a bunch of wind coming like hell coming like that. Then we looked out the windows and doors and like that, and it was a tornado come through.
Did you actually see something?
I seen it come down the road here.
Was it your first tornado?
Yeah.
What was it like?
I just thought it was a big storm at first.
Mallory Copley says she was asleep at the time of the storm that seemed to last just a few seconds.
I didn't even see out the side door. I woke up and the dogs, they don't really jump on me unless they're scared. And I was asleep in the back room and they just jump on the bed, you know, trying to hunker beside me.
Animals were not the only ones scared by the storm.
It was scary. I never had an intense storm like this before. It was very intense, very crazy.
Real scary, to be honest with you. I've seen combat and everything else, but this scared the crap out of me.
Those who had damage from the storm are now left to clean up the debris, but it's unclear how long that will take.
These people are in for the long haul, and you know, hopefully their insurance companies take care of them.
If there is a silver lining or a miracle from this storm, it's that there was no loss of life and only one lady suffered minor injuries. In Boyd County, Kentucky, Gil McClanahan, Eyewitness News.
All right, still a tornado watch for some communities here through 2 a.m. We'll see if that gets dropped early. I'll be watching it. Watching some downpours right now up along the Ohio River, but no active severe weather. We'll watch out for some high water concerns on some of those low-lying roads, though, overnight, especially near the Ohio River. Update you on that tomorrow morning. Of course, along with all the power outage updates and everything else. Going to be much cooler. Going to have to dust off the winter jacket and still keep the umbrella on hand. Some scattered showers tomorrow. The heavy rain moves out before dawn. Maybe a scattered thunderstorm late tomorrow afternoon that could produce some small hail. Not severe, but, not great weather the rest of this week. Rain, sleet, snow showers Thursday, even Friday morning. Highs in the 40s. Overnight lows dropping back into the 20s heading into the weekend. Weather should improve a bit then. It's a bit chilly, but at least the sun will be out. And then hopefully the sun will be out so we can see it in that solar eclipse Monday. Highs in the 60s.
That will be a sight to see. All right, thank you, Doug. And Eyewitness News continues tomorrow, 5 a.m. right here on WCHS with Jennifer and Anthony.
Have a great night.